All right, guys, let's go ahead and bring the meeting to order. 1, 2, 3. Donald's not on yet. Is Donald on? Okay. I'm going to call the meeting to order, or back to order, and ask for Adam to give us a brief synopsis. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, just a moment while I pull that up, excuse me. This evening during the closed session, afternoon session, between 4 and 5:30, the City Council, by a vote of 5-0, authorized and directed the City Manager to enter into 2 settlement agreements related to the case County of Sacramento et al. Versus AmerisourceBergen Drug Corporation et al. In the Eastern District Court of California, case number 218 CV 01135, and the Northern District of Ohio case number 17 MD 2804. These 2 settlement agreements will be entered into between the city and opioid distributors, AmerisourceBergen, Cardinal Health, and McKesson, and manufacturer Janssen. And together, the settlements provide the city with a very modest amount of funds that would only be usable for opioid remediation uses in order to help mitigate the negative impacts caused by the opioid epidemic. And these settlement permits permit the non-litigating parties such as the city to enter into these agreements. We appreciate the council's direction and have no further report out on this item. With respect to the other 2 items in closed session, the City Council also met with its real property negotiators on one matter and received information from them and provided direction to them. And on another matter of existing litigation, the City Council received updates from its litigation counsel and provided direction to it as well. No further reports, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the closed session in the meeting. And now we're going to go ahead and bring the regular meeting to order. And I'm going to gavel again and have Stacy give us a roll call.
Councilmember Budge?
Here.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Here.
Councilmember Sander?
Here.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Here.
Mayor Gatewood?
Here. All right, Stacy, can you read the TV playback schedule?
The meeting of the Rancho Cordova City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air on Thursday, December 9th at 9 a.m. and Thursday, December 16th at 7 p.m. This meeting can also be viewed at youtube.com/MetroCable14. A DVD copy can also be ordered from the City Clerk's Department, and a webcast of this meeting will also be available on the city's website within 48 hours of adjournment of this meeting.
All right, thank you. Cyrus, the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can you all please stay standing? And we're going to call on Allie Pierce to give the invocation.
So is Allie Pierce in the audience? And I don't know that I see her in Zoom or by telephone. I don't see her in the council chambers. Allie, are you in Zoom? If so, can you raise your hand? I don't see her in Zoom, Mayor Gatewood.
Everyone bow your heads. Heavenly Father, please walk alongside us as we make the decisions. Thank you for the many blessings you bring upon my city and my citizens. Please give us guidance and strength and direction in these next steps. In your name we pray. All right. Thank you. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and call on Not going to even attempt to mess up your name. I'm going to come close. Dale Fadal? I nailed it. For the new employee introduction.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. I'm Dalia Fadal with the Public Works Department. And today I have the pleasure of introducing our new Senior Finance Analyst, Z Vang. We are super excited for having Z join our team. And we did manage to steal her from Sacramento County. So I'll let her introduce herself and tell you a little bit about her experience.
You meant rescued her from Sacramento County. That's the one.
Thank you, Dahlia. Good evening, everyone. I'm Z Vang, and I'm excited to be a part of the Public Works and City of Rancho Cordova team. I have over 15 years of experience in accounting and finance, including being an external auditor for a public accounting firm and an accounting manager at the County of Sacramento. As a Sacramento County native, I've seen the changes and growth at the City of Rancho Cordova, including the capital improvement plan, and I'm excited for this opportunity to grow with such a dynamic team. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Citizens wishing to address the council for any matter not on the agenda may do so at this time via teleconference or by completing and submitting a speaker card to the city clerk. If you want to make public comment via teleconference, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom center of the screen. If you're participating by telephone and you want to make a public comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. For those participating by Zoom or by telephone, please wait to be called upon by the city clerk. For items on the agenda, the speaker will be called upon by the mayor at the point of the agenda when the item has heard. Speakers are encouraged to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less and state the name and residence of their community. Under the provision of the California Government Code, City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking immediate action on any item not on the agenda unless it's been demonstrated to be of emergency nature or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. Stacy, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we'll start with Larry Ladd. Following Larry will be Faiza Mughal.
Hi, I'm Larry Leroy Ladd, one of the proud co-founders of the City of Rancho Cordova. And my purpose being here today is to follow through on a political hit that was sanctioned by Dave Roberts, after whom this chamber was named back during incorporation days, when the woman at Aerojet was responsible for the safety of the drinking water of Rancho Cordova was running for SMUD. I ran an ad in the Carmichael section about basically the people in Rancho Cordova were poisoned. Now, it looks
Mr.
like...
Mayor, I believe this is appropriate public comment.
I will continue, Ms. Budge. Thank you very much. And so I have informed the League of Women Voters that if Suzanne Finney, who's responsible for people in Rancho Cordova getting poisoned, is involved in the League of Women Voters in any election that involves the city of Rancho Cordova, that she must recuse herself. Thank you very much. Have a good day, Linda.
The next speaker is Faiza Mughal. Following Faiza will be Helen Whalen Bashaw.
I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, just a quick point of order, excuse me, Faiza. Is our recording back on? It just needs to be. I heard a message.
I was about to say the same thing, Adam.
And we now have to stop the meeting if it's
Hold on, Faiza.
stopped.
Wait for a second. We got to wait till the recording turns back on.
Excuse me,
recorded?
Faiza.
All right, guys. You're on, Faiza.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Faiza Mughal from Lincoln Village. There is a provider called Turning Point located in my Lincoln Village neighborhood that runs a crisis residential program providing transitional housing for up to 15 adults in crisis. I can personally vouch for how well this facility is run in our community. As a neighbor to the site, I'm happy to report that since they began offering this program here, there has been zero drama or negative experience with this company or their clients. Early last month, our community group called the Volunteers in Neighborhood Service, or VINS for short, visited Turning Point's crisis residential program. The VINS self-funded a service project and purchased 15 brand new backpacks so that participants who successfully completed the crisis residential program would have something versatile and durable to carry their belongings in when they moved out. We found the staff and company CEO, Mr. Al Rowlett, to be very welcoming of our support. I would like to publicly recognize our wonderful VINS members for the work that they have poured into the city of Rancho Cordova over their collective years of service, including but not limited to service projects just like the one I've shared with you today. Thank you to the following individuals, many of whom make this group feel like an extended family: Angel and Greg Ball, Joyce Rosenberg, Marianne Laramie, Mita and Bob Kashat, Maureen Nelson, Sandy Hicks, Wayne Kaiser, Al Rogel, Daryl Langwell, Mary Nessel, Marilyn Ham, Jody Harris, Carol Wolfley, Diana Lentz, Carol Lambaga, Bob Van Cleef, may he rest in peace, Jim Garcia, and our sometimes guest, Michael Deck. Cheers to you guys.
Greetings. Thank you for this time. My name is Helen William-Bashal. I live over in the Tierra Grande area. What I'd like to talk about is things that are disturbing right now that are coming to the attention. The city of Rancho Cordova, the council, has made agreements in the past with the public during various things going on, like the bicycle path, they got to protect the bicycle lane, that they would have future meetings with us. The meetings never took place, but the decision was made to put the item, to go through with the item, even though the public did not get their follow-up meeting. And I bring this to the attention because I've noticed on the agenda tonight, I had to do a lot of research to find out what particular items were on the agenda. And it seems that we're changing names. I believe that the city has a right to inform the public when these name changes happen. I believe the city should be sticking with the original name, not changing the name of the project 2 or 3 times. And additionally, I feel a few meetings ago, the city made an agreement with the public that they would have a follow-up meeting. And then I noticed that in your meeting beforehand, you met with a particular person that was involved in a particular project that the public was supposed to have more input to. I find it really disheartening because you are all elected officials, and you're supposed to represent the public. You're supposed to keep the public informed. And when you put out agendas and you're giving us new names on a project, it's very difficult for us to follow through and follow along with what's going on. And I do believe that when you put a property lot number down, I believe that you should have the courtesy for the public to also include the address, because it's making it very difficult for us to have to weed through what is coming to these meetings on the first and third Monday of the month. Thank you very much.
The next public comment is Diane Rogers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of the Rancho Cordova Area Chamber of Commerce to express our appreciation to the city's facilities team. We've had 2 very large events this year, and we could not have done it or carried those events out without the support of the facilities team. Most recently, we had our holiday craft fair, and there was a potential minor disaster occurring, and the city's facility team made sure that we were well taken care of, and they turned the room as quickly as possible, and one would never have known that we potentially had a potential major disaster. So I just want to express my appreciation. I know how hard they work, and it's just important, I think, to share that these folks do a great job and support our chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Mayor Gatewood, that's all the public comment that I have.
All right, thank you. We're going to go on to council reports. I'm going to start it off with Siri. And she's not here. we will move on to David. How are things going?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, we are entering the holiday season, and so we have seen some holiday events. I was unable to attend the Christmas tree lighting, unfortunately, over the Thanksgiving holiday, but I saw lots of video and I saw lots of comments on Facebook, and it looks like thousands of people had a great time there with a very unique tree lighting, including a giant fireworks display that I can say caused a lot of consternation on some social media as I was looking at it that night and the next day, but was quickly overwhelmed by sort of glee at the fact that we were able to pull that off. So congratulations to the Community Council, Lee Frechette, Shelley Blanchard, all the great volunteers, all the organizations that were present at that event. You did a great job. And Mr. Mayor, as I understand it, you got to push like one of those cartoon plunging TNT devices as part of the event. So I'm a little jealous about that. I saw it actually under construction. I authorized it as president of the Community Council, but I did not actually get to see you use it. So I hope you had fun with that. Let's see, last week before the Thanksgiving holiday, I was in attendance at the National League of Cities meeting, participated in an awful lot of sessions in that body, which was great. I was TIS chair, and so we saw our preeminent legislation signed from a transportation point of view. TIS is the Transportation Policy Committee for the National League of Cities. And the president actually signed the Transportation Infrastructure Act last week that's going to give about $1.2 trillion to infrastructure projects over the next few years. So it's a very exciting development. It's the largest ever transportation measure in my tenure with the NLC and watching these things go through. And I'm also happy to announce that during that meeting, there was a nominations committee process. I was considered for second vice president for this next year, and I was elected second vice president of the National League of Cities. So in the due course of things, I would be second vice president this year, first vice president next year, and president of the National League of Cities in 2024. So it's a pretty exciting development for me. I've spent about 15 years, I think, in that organization in almost every capacity they have. This sounds like a challenge to me, but one I'm ready for, and it will offer certain advantages to the city of Rancho Cordova. Certainly gives us a front row seat at policymaking activities that could benefit us, gives us first bite at the apple at some programs that the National League of Cities would put on and look for local partners with. And of course, it gets all of our input from all of our activities here in Rancho Cordova, citizens, council members, staff, a bigger voice in DC for the next few years with regard to what policies the NLC chooses to lobby on and work on. So I'm kind of honored by that whole process. I appreciate your support these years and all my work at NLC. Hopefully this is a nice payoff for all of us. Let's see. Any other reports to make in the past 2 weeks? I attended the Cal Cities board meeting last week. I serve on that board independently of the National League of Cities. We had some very interesting debates about potential ballot measures for next year. Did not really reach a conclusion on all of them. So I will report to you later on what those positions are. There is a lot of consternation, particularly in downstate, with our state legislature's mandates on planning. There's a lot of concern about it. There's even discussion of a ballot measure that would basically rescind every state land use dictate that comes down to local government. It was sort of the ultimate local government or local control measure is being contemplated. I don't think it has much chance of getting to the ballot. It's kind of like a holy grail kind of a project, I would say, for someone in local government wanting full control locally, as opposed to having someone downtown or in Washington set rules for us. This would only apply to California, of course, but nonetheless, that doesn't seem terribly likely. And let's see, anything else to report? Regional Sand has some things going on, including a very large project to build a separate processing facility at their plant in Freeport. That facility is going to be on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars. Another big build And we're looking forward to that discussion on Wednesday about how exactly that might roll out. And with that, I think I will end my report. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, David. We will go on to Linda.
Well, unfortunately, David, your the comment about regional sand is very reminiscent of when Dan was on the regional sand board and they had to vote to upgrade their level of treatment, and all it meant for those of us as ratepayers was an increase in rates. So
that was the nitrogen treatment.
Yeah, whatever.
Very controversial, $2 billion investment. They got the water, the effluent of the plant down to below what was in the river it was going into. It was a pretty interesting mandate from the state. Make the water in the river that you're putting into the river cleaner than the water in the river.
Cleaner than the water in the river. Yeah, forget. Yeah, we didn't miss that point. So I truly hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving. I'm sure there were a lot of us who actually were able to get together as a family for the first time in over a year and a half. And the same was true for the tree lighting. I took the dog and walked up right at 4 o'clock, thinking there wouldn't be a lot of people there yet. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm one of these people who has a stroller for the dog because he's a small dog. So I didn't put him in the stroller. And my word, at 4:15, 4:30, there were already tons of people everywhere. It was incredibly successful. It's like everybody came out again to enjoy trying to get back to holiday spirit and seeing old friends and really just kind of renewing their spirits. David, parenthetically, I will tell you that one of the reasons it blew up on social media, only about 4 days before that, we had an evening full of illegal fireworks that moved up and down Zinfandel. And quite frankly, after Jake and I walked home, it was a couple of hours later, and when all of the noise started going off, I almost picked up the phone and called RCPD again and then it dawned on me, no, it's the fireworks associated with the tree lighting. But in this neighborhood, it was an interesting timing. LAFCO met last week, and at LAFCO they approved the annexation of the city of Galt for a portion of the county that has been partially surrounded by city limits. And it is very illustrative for us in terms of the process that they are using and the negotiations that are taking place now, that that LAFCO has an executive director who is a completely independent person who came from a jurisdiction outside of Sacramento County. Albert, our public works director, and I met with Henry Lee and his aides at Regional Transit. And we talked about a variety of things that are coming up and will need to be discussed in the future, David, such as you mentioned, the potential for putting additional ballot measures on the ballot in 2022. That's very much an issue at Regional Transit. What's called the Ad Hoc Real Estate Committee at Regional Transit met. They are still trying to figure out where to move the administrative campus, how to create a variety of facilities around the county that will basically enable them to dispatch buses and light rail trains in all directions on a more efficient basis than is done today. Today, everything does what they call deadhead out to wherever they are going to run around the county, as David, as you know, and they're trying to take care of that. We would most likely get a facility for light rail trains in the Hazel Avenue vicinity. And considering that Aerojet is in the process of subdividing the property that is west of Hazel Avenue into industrial parcels, that would seem to be a logical place for them to, and they have a station across the street at Hazel Avenue. That would seem to be a logical place for them to look. The other wonderful holiday event that happened was our River City Concert Band and their concert yesterday afternoon at Caping Market. And when we talked to people at the arts associations in downtown Sacramento, nobody ever heard of a concert in a grocery store. And it was really the most delightful Christmas concert. And I have to say that they pulled our mayor into a conducting experience. And yes, David, they gave him his own baton. And I'll let Garrett talk about his experience. I personally supported the Chamber Craft Fair, and I personally supported the Moose Craft Fair. And I hope that everyone was able to support the our Artist Craft Fair at the MAC this weekend. And Mr. Mayor, I would ask that we adjourn in memory of John T. Kehoe. John Kehoe was a gentleman with an incredible resume. He worked in the Reagan administration here in California, and I believe he had a role in the administration and on the national level. He was president of the Metro Chamber. He served on the SMUD Board of Directors. He served as a vice president of the Cook Company, who built many of the buildings on White Rock Road here in Rancho Cordova. He actually has a grandson who works for the Cordova Recreation and Park District. And I would ask that we adjourn in his memory. John passed away recently at the age of 91 after a very long and very full and very rewarding life as a dedicated public servant. Thank you.
Thank you. Siri.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended the National League of Cities conference, which was a couple weeks ago, and that was a pretty educational session. There were many, many sessions, and I got to learn a lot. One of the classes that I did attend was on the innovative equity solutions, and this was presented by a executive of PayPal who said they actually have a $35 million commitment to address racial economic inequality in the U.S. and help close the racial wealth gap. And that was pretty good. One of the things that they did announce and talk about in that session is how they actually have a creation of a Maggie Lena Walker Award, which is to specifically for underrepresented women to recognize and promote them in the business. Speaking of NLC, I'd like to congratulate the new second vice president, our council member, David Sander. Actually, and among the things that they are focusing on homelessness and reducing homelessness and access to polls is also vaccine hesitation. So I couldn't think of a better person to represent Rancho Cordova and NLC at this point with all the vaccine hesitation that's going on, especially now with the new Omni variant. And I'll take this time to actually ask any of you and the public that have not taken the vaccine to please do so now. We've had Delta, we've had Omni variant. I don't even know what's the Greek alphabet that comes after this, but it seems to be going one after the other. So please do take that. Do not hesitate. If you have any questions, we have a council member who is the expert on this. The craft fair, the chamber craft fair, I missed it, but thanks to social media, I saw a lot of folks who have posted about their stall and about their local work that they do. That I actually bought something from a local craft vendor for Christmas, and I thought it was great that I could actually
wonderful.
Right, Linda, I think it's really cool that, even if you miss it, you can still buy from your local vendors. Please do check them out. It supports us, and it's really nice that you get to meet the artist and, if you need to tweak anything, they're right there for you. Again, I also attended the River City concert at Coriana Plaza. The band did an awesome job. I got my mom there. She enjoyed it thoroughly as well. And of course, our mayor did a great job. I think I didn't know they were dancing to his baton or to his dance. He did both. So it was very entertaining and truly a great job, fantastic mayor. A lot of people walked up and wanted to take a picture with the mayor. So, he was all in there. And then, wonderful job at the Christmas tree lighting. Again, community council, not only did you do a great job on site, I heard a lot of positive feedback on it. There was a great turnout, like Linda mentioned. It's nice to see people getting out there, and, having positive feedback even after the event. So great job, guys. Thank you for that. This is one of the highlights of Rancho Cordova, and we need to keep that momentum going. Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right, thank you. Donald, what do you got?
Oh, sorry. Before I forget, did we do the birthday song for Council Member David?
The happy birthday?
Last time.
Last
Last
time.
time.
Last time.
I'm kidding.
Okay, we just sang someone.
We actually got written up in the grapevine.
Oh,
Chris
damn.
Ching said our voices had improved.
Oh.
Yeah, please, let's not do that again.
Hey, we got improved voices. Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. First, congratulations, David. That's a great honor, and I know you put in a lot of work, and this might have been, like Siri said, very timely to have you as a leader at the National League. So, congratulations. We had a first happen this past week. In the third City County Golf Cup Challenge, or whatever they call it. It's a golf tournament that's done match play out at Land Park between City of Sacramento elected, so city council members and mayors and former city council members and mayors against non-city elected. So basically it's the city and then everybody else from the county can play in it. This is the second time I played in it, the third time that we've had it. The first two times, the city beat us soundly. This year, it was tied 2-2. The mayor and myself, we got trounced, I will say that, in our match. But it went to a sudden death putt-off that Brian Cooley and Nancy Bowie won over Katie Valenzuela and Rick Jennings. And so the City County Cup has come home to the county for the first time. And also raised a whole bunch of money for the Morton Golf Foundation, which is installing a first tee and youth golf program at Hiram Johnson as part of which is what the tournament was raising money for. I want to give kudos to the community council. The tree lighting was fantastic. We might have to figure out a way to get people a little further away from that tree because there was some stuff that were falling on people that maybe shouldn't have been. Let's just put it that way. A little intense being that close. But it was really great. The attendance was fantastic. It was really nice to see that many people come out, even when, we're hearing things about Omicron and everything else. Let's see, Sac City Unified, we had our 2x2. They're in the process. I think actually we met with them the day that a story came out because they are going to be mandating the vaccine by the end of January for students and staff. And at the moment for their first kind of round of collections, they only have 27% of students reporting in that they're fully vaccinated. So they have a lot of work to do. But the first milestone of collecting the information was the end of November. And they still have really 2 more months to actually get to compliance. But they're the only school district in this region that is mandating it. I know, I think they mentioned LA, San Diego, Oakland, and so another one I can't think of right now. so we got a lot of updates from them there. They are having some concerns that they may be losing students. That there is an option. They can either be vaccinated, test regularly, or then they would have, if they don't want to test regularly, then they'd have to move to the online academy and do distance learning. We met with Folks Cordova. I'm trying to think of, there was some discussion around the charter school that did not get approved, and that was mostly what was discussed. I don't know, David, if you had anything else to add to that. I will say I did attend an event as part of my service on the Los Rios Community College Foundation board. They had a Giving Tuesday event in Midtown, and not only did everybody have to be vaccinated, but you also had to be tested when you got there. But it was nice, and they raised money for the nursing program to help cover the costs for the certification and licensing exams that nurses have to take after they finish all of their courses. And then I think I've already mentioned this, but in case I didn't, as of last month, I am now the board chair of the Sacramento Children's Museum. So I was the president-elect for the last year, and now I am their board chair for this year. And then finally, we had an STA meeting. I won't bore everybody with all of the details, but there was some concern raised about the connector and how they were paying some of their bills. The overwhelming majority of the members are very supportive of the connector and its economic output and potential economic development that it's going to do for Elk Grove, ourselves, and Folsom. But there were some questions raised that about certain expenditures that I think that we all reassured STA and the connector that we know that they have our best interests at heart as they move forward and actually building this in Elk Grove and Folsom at the moment. But if any of the council members want to know more about that, I'd be happy to discuss it offline. And that's pretty much it for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Donald. Mayor report. So this is what I got for being the conductor of the River City band. It was amazing. My kids, we all play instruments in our families. Linda saw me.
Garrett, your camera's off, so we have no idea what you're trying to show us.
Yeah, Garrett, turn it on. Turn it on. We can.
I mean, if you're trying to show us something.
We can compare batons.
You're gonna compare batons? Okay.
Garrett.
So a whole family of people that play instruments, I got out there and I thought it was gonna be boring just to try to keep the beat. So I decided to dance the whole thing. And then they kept going and didn't listen to me. And so Linda's like, hey, just to remind you that it keeps going, it doesn't just end. So I had to end and then I got back into it again, then it ended and I got back. But that was a great time. All these events are starting to activate themselves again. And so it's great to see everybody. They even had Santa. He gave out candy canes. It was very engaged. It was fun. The next thing, of course, we had the Sacramento Cable Commission. If you don't know, we are in constant lawsuits with Comcast Cable, trying to get good representation and our money back. And so we won a couple more court cases. So someday, somehow, we will exactly get money from them. Don't know how that is. I went to the Republic Services and saw the stinkiest.
Garrett, can I ask a quick question about that?
You may.
You're saying Comcast or AT&T?
Both. All of them.
Oh.
We're at constant.
When I thought we were only doing AT&T. Okay.
Yeah, we are constantly suing everybody all the time. It's actually, I've never seen a lawsuit last longer than that. Republic Services has opened a recycling plant for bio waste. It was very interesting. I didn't know that all the waste was gathered there, then picked up, then moved on. And so they had us walk through a filthy, disgusting material. Never take your clothes because you never know how filthy you're going to end up. But it was interesting seeing them and all the good things and how that's going to help. The only interesting thing is they handed out bio cards, which are cards made of seeds. It was all wrinkly and kind of weird, but I was like, that's gross. And so, but if I take that card and plant it in soil and water, it'll actually grow. But I still thought it was gross.
What is it going to grow?
Huh? I don't know. It's in my office, and all my whole company is super excited about what it's going to turn into. We're calling it the filthy card growth. So I'll take a picture of it to see what it is. I think it's going to be seeds, but we'll see what happens. It's
Report back, Garrett.
I will actually. It's very interesting. Sac City Unified. It's sad. They're putting their neck out to do this change, and they're all nervous about it because if they lose another 2% of their kids, they'll be going bankrupt or some crazy thing like that. So, I understand what they're trying to do, but that's a heavy lift. So, lastly, and most importantly, when I was running for this position, besides representing my citizens and of course the businesses, one of my most exciting things was I think it was David or Donald got to click the button next to the tree, and they turned the tree on, and I was taken aback, and I always wanted to do that. So the year that I was going to do it, I made sure to mention it in my State of the City speech, and then I said I really want to flip the switch. And usually they only let the Rancho Cordova in a year, but David was nice enough, and his group was nice enough to give me a plunger, which then I got to take all the boys up there, and my sons were super excited because we got this big plunger. However, if you know anything about a 10-year-old and red buttons and red devices, he's like, I'm going to push it down right now. But the guy that was setting the pyrotechnics said, if you touch this, it will explode. And so my kids the whole time were flinching at it and then laughing at me because I was like, no, don't touch it. Oh, it's not time yet. So then I got to go up there. I got to set that off. That was so amazing, so exciting, because I sat there with my wife and we were listening to Christmas carols and singing, and literally all my citizens were out there, and it was great to see everyone that could make it. And it was just, it's that sense of normalcy slowly starting to twitch back. And I was just like, this is great. And we had so many people there, and so many people that weren't even like Folsom people were showing up, because it's fun to see the events back. And so, yeah, that was great. And I just got to say thank you to Shelley. Thank you to the community council. Thank you for everything you did. Thank you for all the donors that showed up that day. They packed out the spot again, and they had more interesting things. They had singers in the middle of it, carolers going on, tons of nonprofit groups. I mean, it was literally at 4th. You could stay there all day. It was so much fun. And then it was funny because I found out that Lee Fichette was actually in my mom's English class. So that's just an odd one. Right? I was like, did he get an F? But she was a hard English teacher. But it was interesting in that whole dichotomy. And then we went and took pictures by the tree, and everyone came out. And so great job. I hope we do it even bigger next year. Yeah, that was amazing. And then I'm going to try for Cordovan of the Year so I can actually hit the other button. That'll be a twofer. That's it for me.
Garrett, let's wind that up by saying that in my observation, the thing to do at the Christmas tree is to come in your ugly sweater and get your picture taken. I've even seen a dog come in his ugly sweater and get a picture taken at the Christmas tree.
That was true. It was so many people wanted to come get pictures in front of that tree. It was amazing. All right, Cyrus, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
And
Mayor.
Jared, I would just point out that I never turned on the tree, so it had to be.
Well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have been master of ceremonies for that whole process a couple of times, but yeah, I don't think I've ever actually gotten to push the button, except one early year when I was mayor, maybe. But I think then we changed.
I saw you do it. It must have been you, looking like Santa and everything. All right. Go ahead, Cyrus.
Well, he didn't then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll have a very brief report. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our workforce development program.
Mm-hmm.
This is a program that the council has endorsed, and it provides for free job skills training for our residents. And it's a very unique program. It's part of our economic development incentive. And our economic development team held a expo last Wednesday on December 1. We had a really good attendance, and our goal is to spread the word to as many of our residents as possible based on the information we have received, about 6,500 residents have know about this and have read about this and expressed interest. So I asked the audience in the room and also those who are listening to spread the word, and this is a very unique opportunity. In fact, I have received requests from at least 3 colleagues in the region wanting to learn about this program, and I think that's a great sign of the success and the work we've been able to do. And the only other thing I wanted to point out is that our applications for the Planning Commission go online tomorrow. So if you or anybody you know is interested to apply for the Planning Commission, please let them know. We'll probably be running this, keep the application period open for about a month or so after the holidays, and then the council will be making the appointments and the selections in early 2022.
Great.
And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Consent calendar items, we're going to move on to consent calendar items. Consent calendar items consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff. Unless the mayor of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration, all items may be approved in one motion. I'm going to ask the council if there's any items they want to pull. I would like to pull.
Hearing none?
No, stop it. I'd like to pull
Go ahead.
I'd like to pull 16.3. And then,
Okay.
And then I'll take a motion.
Okay. Other than 16.3, I will move approval of items 16.1 and 2 and 4 through 8.
A second. Okay.
Roll call,
Sorry.
please.
Can we first ask the public if they have any public
Oh,
comment?
I'm sorry. Public, is there any public comment?
So I have one public comment for item 16.3, which was pulled, so we'll talk about that then. Is there anybody via Zoom who would like to speak to any item that is on the consent calendar or in the room?
Okay. Seeing none.
Can I ask Ejiro, your hand is raised in Zoom. Did you want to speak to an item on the consent calendar? Ejiro?
You need to unmute yourself. I see you talking.
How do you see her talking? She's on mute.
There's a button in front of me that says talking and it's blinking like this. So I think they're trying to get through. Can you hit the unmute button? Center left? No? Want to just move on? Okay. All right.
Back
Can I
to-
get a roll call? I mean, do I have did I have a first and a second? Stacy?
So
You did.
We had
Okay.
a motion. We had a motion from Budge and a second from.
Siri, I think. Siri, was it you? Who's the second?
David.
David. All right. Roll call, please.
We were the same, so you pick one.
All right.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Roll call is Councilmember Budge,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati,
Yes.
Councilmember Sander,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry,
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
Aye.
Thank you.
16.3.
So for item 16.3, the subject and the title is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Rancho Cordova, and on behalf of the commissions and committees created by the City Council pursuant to Government Code Section 54952B, confirming the state of emergency under Government Code Section 8625, recognizing continued measures to promote social distancing, and reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the city for the period from December 6, 2021 to January 5th, 2022.
Excellent. So I'll be really fast. Oh, let's hear the public comment.
Helen, do you want to come forward for this item?
Hi, I'm Helen Bashaw from the Tierra Grande area. I oppose extending it for the following reasons. The public does not get to see the council people, their reactions to various things. During the meeting, we have noticed that I see Linda up on the board quite a bit, but some of the other council people fade in and out. We don't know, as the public that comes here, whether you're actually paying attention or what you're doing. So I feel that with the fact that the council is going out to all these public events, to extend this for another year, not to have our council present here, what is sending a wrong message. I feel that they should be here. We should have more than just one council person here. So I would like to see that item put to the wayside, bring our council back to us so we can have face-to-face. We don't always get the, what you're saying on Zoom through this. It's very important for the people who elected you to get to see you. Because we can actually talk to you sometimes after these meetings, and we don't get that opportunity. So as a public person, I feel that it's important to get to meet and greet our council. I missed that. I missed it when we went to nobody in the council room here. I think we've lost a lot of connectivity between the council and the people and some of the issues, because some of the issues seem to be getting, I'm going to say, they're not really coming out to us. And I do believe that if you're on the council, you should be in at the meeting, as hard as it may seem, because we get 3 people. Stacy's here all the time. Cyrus is here all the time. And everybody else takes turns. Some of you haven't seen you here in a while. So I think that if you truly want to represent your people, you need to be at these meetings. We come to these meetings because we feel it's important for you to see and hear what we're saying, to see the people who have elected some of you. And I think you're doing us a major disservice if you continue to stay away. Thank you.
That's all the public comment that I had for this item.
All right, really quick. I probably just caveat some of that. I think we do better government. I miss everybody. I think it'd be great if we came back together. I know you might feel the safest at the time, but I deal with COVID, and we could even space ourselves better. I think it'd be great to see everybody again. I think it's better when we're around each other. Better government. So I will call so how do we do? Should I just call the question or look for a second or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you can call the question.
Can I call the question?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
there hasn't been a motion.
Okay, I would like to deny this. Deny the adoption of this. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Hilarious. Good job. All right.
I'll move the item.
And do I have a second?
I didn't hear one, so I'll move the item.
Yeah.
Second.
Roll call.
The second was,
Linda.
thank you. Councilmember Pulapati,
Yes.
Councilmember Budge,
Yes.
Councilmember Sander,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry,
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
No. All right. Moving.
And perhaps just, Mr. Mayor, may I make one quick comment? The public commenter made a comment about it being extended for a year. Just for the benefit of the public, this is a resolution that has to come back to the council every month. So the action tonight was just to extend it for 30 days.
Excellent, thank you. All right, consent public hearing items. Consent public hearings consist of matters deemed routine and non-controversial by staff unless a member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. All items may be approved in one motion. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Ask Stacy, is there any public, is there anyone wanting to speak?
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment for the consent public hearing items, and I see Ajiro's hand still raised.
No, he just dropped it.
Okay, perfect.
Is the attendee talking? Is that us?
That's us.
Okay.
So I'm gonna lower that person's hand. Okay, I don't believe that we have any public comment for these items.
All right. I'm going to close public hearing item. Council, is there any items you wish to pull?
Seeing none, I will move approval of items 17.1, 17.2, and 17.3, finding that the environmental documentations are adequate and appropriate.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Budge.
Yes.
Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
Yes. All right. I'll let you get everything ready. And we'll go on to public hearing items.
So I believe June is here. So I'll start off with the subject, Anatolia Marketplace, Chevron Service Station and Convenience Store Conditional Use Permit Amendment, Major Design Review, Conditional Use Permit, and Letter of Public Convenience and Necessity, PCN, project number DD10071.
I'm sorry, really quickly, Mr. Mayor and City Attorney.
Yes.
Yes, I believe we have two
I do
announcements.
believe I need to recuse myself.
And I'd be happy to explain the announcement, I believe,
Oh,
for,
is this me too? Okay.
Yeah,
for Mr. Terry and the mayor.
I can explain for myself. I need to recuse myself from this item as this development is located too close to my home. So somebody can text me when my time to come back.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, and I guess.
And Mr. Mayor, I think you may have a similar announcement.
That's the exact same thing.
Yeah, and so without a mayor or a vice mayor, Linda, I guess you're the next closest in line. So have fun.
Okay. All right. So I understand that June is online and we have a staff report.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I might just add for the benefit of the public, Councilmember Pulapati lives in the general vicinity, but well over a mile from the subject location. We did consider the possibility for her as well, but our conclusion that she does not have a conflict on the site.
That's a good thing tonight, isn't it?
I hope you don't mind that clarification for any members of the public who may know well where you live, Councilmember.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go to the staff report.
Correct. Good evening, council members. June Cowles with the Planning Department. So tonight, the conditional use permit amendment, amending the existing conditional use permit for the convenience store operation of 24 hours and a drive-through car wash operation, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and weekend hours, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The major design reviews for the service station with 6 fuel dispensers, convenience store, and car wash, and a conditional use permit and letter of public convenience and necessity, sale of alcohol beverages, wine, and beer. So the site is located at the southeast corner of Douglas Road and Sunrise Boulevard. Approved in 2016, Anatolia Retail, now known as Anatolia Marketplace, included a major design review for the development for a shopping center. So the design review also included a condition that stated subsequent design review approval from City Council will be required for the service station, which is Pad G, Pad P1, and the anchor tenant. The conditional use permit approval was for the service station, convenience store, and the car wash drive-through. However, at the time of approval, a specific tenant was not known. And the adjustment permit was for the sign height for the sign program. Since the 2016 approval, the applicant has requested several revisions to the site plan under the substantial compliance. Defined north-south drive aisle and continuation of the east-west drive aisle within the parking lot. This would reduce the diagonal cut through the parking lot, which I have at times been guilty of in parking lots. Parking stalls reduced to 465 stalls, and this is still in compliance with parking requirements. Reduction of building S4 to 5,000 square feet. Modifications to building S1. So they split that building to two, retaining the drive-through lane. Building S-1B, as in Bravo, a counterclockwise drive-through lane for efficient queuing. And Pad 1 increased square footage with 2 queuing drive-through lanes. And the future major pad site has been reduced.
June, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, so is this exhibit going to show that?
Yes, yes. So this slide
Okay.
shows, yeah, this
Go ahead.
slide, yeah, I was going to go trying to fit both of them on one slide. This slide shows a side-by-side view of the 2016 site plan, which is on the left, and the revisions under the substantial conformance on the right. So you can see that the defined drive aisles, so there's a northwest and east-west, more defined. So some of the parking stalls have been removed or relocated. In the 2016 approval, they did have some parking spaces along the main drive aisle that we're going to back into the drive aisle. So the reduction of building S4, that's in the lower right corner of the site. So you can see that that was reduced. Building S1 was split into two buildings, retaining the drive-through lane, and that's on the left side of the site plan. And then building S1B has the counterclockwise drive-through lane. So that one drive-through that was on the one building went to S1B as in Bravo. And Pad 1 increased the square footage, which is right in the center along Sunrise Boulevard. And that includes the two queuing drive-through lanes. And did you have any questions?
So the point was that we actually have already approved these changes, or is that the part of the request tonight?
No, this was already approved underneath substantial compliance. And that's with the planning director, and also the public works director also weighs in on that. So any time that there's any small revisions, we look at the site plan and codify that as far as the staff approval for minor amendments.
Sure, we understand that. So since in this particular case, the distance of the car wash from the adjacent residential is a factor in the acoustic study, could you point out where the potential loading docks and drive aisle are for the major pad?
For the major pad, it's along the residential, but as far as any tenant that still needs to come in, when that tenant does come in, they will have to go through the major design review, and they will include another noise study regarding any docking.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so this concludes the project history, and now the proposed project will be presented by the applicant.
Okay, do we have an applicant?
Yes, this is Pete Tobin with Barghausen Engineers, members of the council. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to do is talk about the next 10 slides, something like that, and go through this. Number one, the first slide here is number 7. We're amending an existing use permit. So there's already a use permit in place, and we're amending that for 24 hours. And June, as previously mentioned, that the hours of operation of the car wash are going to be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and then 8 a.m. To 9 p.m. for Saturday and Sunday. So these are very, we believe, very reasonable hours. And the acoustical study that was done totally provides the decibel numbers. I believe it's on the next slide, number 8. Okay, this particular slide shows that the vacuums themselves are about 280 feet to the existing 6-foot-high residential wall. And that wall is actually sits up more like 9 feet above the grade. So our site sits down probably about 9 or 10 feet below the top of the existing wall. Okay, next slide. So this shows the fact that we are below the required levels for noise and that there would not be any additional mitigation measures for the car wash. And clearly we've limited the hours of operation for the car wash. Next slide. This is a photometric lighting plan. The gas stations of today provide LED lighting underneath the canopy and throughout the site. They're a lot better than they were 10, 20 years ago. It's kind of another world in terms of lighting. In fact, a lot of the lights, as you go underneath the canopy, there's motion detectors that kick in and bring up the light, and then as the cars leave after 5 minutes, they bring the light back down. So there's no glare on the residential. Next slide. So the major design review is for the building and the canopy structure. The second bullet here says the convenience store entrance, fuel canopy, and parking are located interior to the site so that the front of the convenience store is away from residential. Vacuum and trash enclosure are included. There's low walls throughout the site which block some of the cars going into the car wash, which I'll show. Next slide. You can actually go to the next slide. The next one's better. So on the left-hand side, it shows the approved architecture for a retail building. For example, on the lower left-hand corner, that's the architectural style that was approved. And as you can see by our convenience store to the right, we are matching that architecture to all materials. In fact, you see the back of the car wash there on the bottom, the lower right-hand corner elevation. Those are actually, you call them fake windows. And they look pretty real once we get them installed. So next slide. This is a landscape plan, and you can see that there is a substantial amount of landscaping along Douglas Road, Douglas Boulevard. There's a lot of landscaping on site. We're buffering a lot of the different areas, which you'll see on the next couple slides if we can go to the next one. So here's a view from Douglas Road. You can see the large, wide landscape buffer along Douglas, and you can start to see some of the different landscape trees that are going to be incorporated into the site. They are heavily screened, so you can still kind of see through them and still see the building and car wash. Next slide. This is a good perspective from the second driveway. You can see the car coming around. It's about to go into the car wash. And then there's about a 60, 70 foot long, low wall right where the people are walking. So in addition to a wall, there's a fence. So once two cars are in queue, you won't be able to see them. Not only because of the wall, but there's a little berm in there, and plus we've got landscaping on top of that berm, so it really provides a great buffer. Next slide. And this just shows kind of an on-site perspective, rendering-wise. Next slide. So the conditional use permit is for a type 20 beer and wine license, which is very common for a facility like this, and it's very important from economics these days. This is the same license that's across the street at the Arco that was approved a couple of 2-3 years ago. And then we're required to mitigate the type 20 license by the condition below. And you guys can read that. It's basically you can't sell any singles. One thing that's really important, and maybe I'll go to the next slide before I keep going here. So there we go. So the development will serve the local area residents and visitors traveling on both streets. We've got a variety of products. It's really important to have beer and wine as part of the economics. I've been building and designing gas stations for literally 30 years, and I really don't remember one that we did that didn't have beer and wine. It's pretty much economics. So there's also some crime prevention conditions in there. We've got a security plan that was approved by the police. And one thing that's really important is the owner and franchisee, Ken Darney, this is not a corporate site for Chevron. This is a franchisee. I've known Ken for 15, 20 years. He's got about 7 other facilities, convenience stores, gas stations throughout Northern California. He's very well established and has a fantastic reputation. So not only does he have 7 locations, but he's got 125 employees. So that shows you the horsepower that he has. And we agree with the balance of the conditions of approval. We're excited about this project. We're actually working on the construction documents. We'd like to file those in January once we get this approval. And I'd like to pass the rest of the presentation to June, who has done a tremendous job on this project, helping us out and working us through the different issues. So thank you for your time.
Okay, for the letter of public convenience and necessity, I wanted to highlight that it's not required. It's not in an over-concentrated area and not in a high crime area. The applicant chose to include this request. It's through the ABC, and ABC stated if anything changes, then they would require a public convenience and necessity. And so we're going to include that in the entitlements. And this map shows the surrounding area that includes alcohol licenses. Off-sale includes 3 within the Sunridge Shopping Center, and that's Arco, and they have a beer and wine. And then Rayleigh's and Walgreens have a beer, wine, and spirits, which is a type 21. And with that, staff recommends approval and find that the project is compliant with CEQA section 15183 and adopt the resolution approving the Anatolia Marketplace Chevron service station, convenience store, conditional use permit amendment, major design review, and conditional use permit and letter of public convenience and necessity for alcohol beverages sales for type 20 license within the convenience store, subject to the findings, project plans, and conditions of approval. And with that, if you had any questions.
David or Siri, are there questions for the applicant or for the staff?
No, I don't have any.
Shall we ask if there's anybody else in the audience who came to speak to this item?
Councilmember Budge, I don't have any speaker cards for this item, and there are no hands that are raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll close the public hearing. David, did you have any comments?
You know, we had concerns about this site before on a couple of fronts. One was the number of drive-throughs at the site, and we learned a lot about what modern restaurants are expecting in terms of drive-throughs. So places that you would not expect to be a drive-through are becoming drive-throughs. I saw some of that recently in my trip to the Midwest over the holiday to see family. So I think we've probably grown past that concern. Second level of concern has already been explored here tonight quite a bit, and that was the noise that comes from the operation of this gas station, specifically its car wash, to the neighbors that abut the property. And I think the sound study here is adequately demonstrating that that's at a reasonable level. I was quite concerned about that originally. I also know, though, that homeowners who purchase property next to an existing use, be that a school or a park or a shopping center or a major roadway or an airport, have to expect some sort of interaction with that space they're purchasing next to. So I think we have certainly done our due diligence to protect the neighborhood to a great extent here. And I know that residents down there are going to be very excited about new options in this center for their retail pleasure and enhancing their local quality of life and ease of life. So it looks like a good plan to me.
Would this drive-through be like a good location for the Dutch brothers? Can win two with one stone.
So, okay. So, thank you, Siri. Thank you, David. Personally, I have no problem with the PCN letter. And I don't have any problem with the car wash or the car wash hours. I have actually permitted car washes in other locations myself. And I know that because of the orientation of this car wash and the distance from the adjacent neighbors, that there really won't be a problem. If this were faced so that one of the tunnels were faced toward the houses, that would be a significant problem, but not in this case. I have two issues. Number one, June, can somebody go back to page 13? The design review, the comparison of the two. This is not a project that's being brought to us by the architect for Anatolia Marketplace. And I personally cannot look at this comparison and say that this building matches the architecture or design of Anatolia Marketplace. All I see are some blank stucco painted walls. I see a couple of areas in which the different materials are used on the wainscot and on the parapet thing above the back windows, and I really appreciate the use of the false windows at the rear. But if you look at the two, if you look at the elevations on the left side and the elevations on the right side, none of the detailing that the original architects put into their inline buildings is apparent on this building. And from my perspective, it needs to be upgraded. The second issue I have is the really big one. I continue to believe that we got snookered by the applicant at the convenience store across the street at Rayleigh's. And I completely disapprove of operating this building 24/7. This is a neighborhood shopping center. Yes, it's on a major corridor, and I would be the first to agree that Sunrise Boulevard is actually like local Highway 2 or State Highway 2 or something like that. But in general, we have tried not to approve convenience stores for 24/7, 24-hour operation. And even with the limitations on liquor sales from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., it is my personal perspective that that's not a good thing for our community. And I realize we have only 3 votes.
I think I can help. This is Pete Tobin with Barghausen. I can help with your question on the rendering on slide 13. The elevations on the left-hand side are done a little bit better when it comes to an artist standpoint. And then there's also a couple of renderings in there that look a lot better than what we're doing. But we are mimicking exactly the same materials and everything to a T to this retail elevation on the left-hand side. To be honest with you, they did a better job. It looks like there's more detail, but we are matching it exactly. I hope that helps. And if you look at the renderings, our renderings that we did are better than these elevations, to be honest with you. I can see your concern on that.
Well, and I appreciate it, but we can't see that, and all we have in front of us is what's been presented on the slides.
Right. The actual details, the emblems above the boxes, those point to specific materials. All of those are the exact same as on the left-hand side with the retail building. So
what looks like CMU here is actually stacked stone, for example, or what looks like stucco is actually faux horizontal wood.
It's a stone, and there's a combination of different materials. I have to zoom in a little bit here.
Okay, but none of us have a pointer that we can use on these slides. So everywhere that it looks to us like a blank tan panel that David says is probably EFS or something like that with paint over it. You know, if you look at buildings S1 and S2, even though we're looking at storefronts, you would think that at least the storefront on the Extra Mile store would include some of the stacked stone and the horizontal
well, we do
iron
have
and wood.
we do have the stone on there, and then above the windows on the convenience store, it's the same horizontal wood panel treatment. So
Okay, but what about all the big tan stucco panels?
we have more areas that are blank stucco. There's no doubt, because we don't have windows in those spots. A typical retail building is obviously going to have more windows. We could very easily add some more detail in those areas. We could even add, for example, on the front of the convenience store, we could add a false window there to break up that panel. We could do that very easily and work with staff and enhance these elevations. There's no doubt. That's an easy thing we could do.
Well, at minimum, we would need a condition to reflect that.
We'd be okay with that.
So that leaves us with the 24 hours.
Right. In regard to the 24 hours, that's obviously a critical element. Stations that are not 24 hours are very challenging to protect. There's a lot of situations where when you're open 24 hours, you've got eyes and ears on the ground. You got lighting that's going on 24 hours, and it's a much better situation to protect the site. And you don't get the mischief that you would if you closed the facility. And from an economical standpoint, it's important to run it 24 hours, also for off-peak deliveries for fuel. We don't like delivering during the day. So sometimes it's early in the morning where the gas station, the tanker would deliver its fuel. So 24 hours is extremely important. And I think this is a situation where, the franchisee needs to prove that he can do 24 hours. All of his other sites, I'm sure, are 24 hours. So, and
one of the very first things my dad taught me when I was learning to drive 100 years ago was that you never go to a gas station when you see the fuel trucks there. And I can't tell you how many times I have seen the fuel trucks delivering during the daytime at all the chevrons around town. Because for years I never bought, I still don't, Well, fortunately, we now have an electric car, but for our gasoline-powered car, I still don't buy anything but Chevron gas. And they always deliver in the daytime, so they can see what they're doing.
So, quick question, Linda.
A
Again,
little
for
bit of
my
both.
information. I
Siri.
was just wondering. Yeah, I mean, what negatives do you see with it running 24 hours?
That's a really good question, Siri. The question has always been, who is in those stores overnight? This is not like a drive-through pharmacy that's open overnight, where parents with sick kids have got to go and get medicine in the middle of the night for their kids, all right? And I've permitted those too. This is, you have to wonder who is in those stores overnight. What is it that creates a safer situation in the neighborhood? I mean, this is your neighborhood, you know, to on an extended basis. What is more safe for the neighborhood? We really, I don't know, I don't remember the details, but from if I remember correctly, when the applicant came back and asked to extend the hours for the convenience store at Rayleigh's, they gave us an example that turned out to be inaccurate in the long run.
So, again, isn't this like an easy fix that, you know, it's just a number of hours that if we do see more issues because it's open 24 hours, we can bring it back to the table and say we want reduced amount of hours?
Well, Siri, that's a really good point. We could put a condition on this that that after a year, because this is a conditional use permit, and it would be common to say that after a year, they would have to come back for renewal of their use permit pending reports of law enforcement issues in the area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That would be a good compromise. David, what do you think?
I would agree with that. I've also looked at the plans that are available online in greater detail and zoomed in to the PDFs to try to figure out what the materials were. And I think everything represented in tan here on the right is indeed stucco, according to the plans they submitted. And I can't similarly zoom in on the ones on the left, but by my eye, there's no stucco anywhere.
Yeah. I don't think so either, frankly. So, okay, so if we're going to, June, if we're going to approve this.
Councilmember Budge, if I could chime in, Darcy Galar with the Planning Department. What I'm hearing tonight is that there's a possibility we're going to add 2 additional conditions to the project. One being that the fit and finish match the existing approved architecture for the site. Additionally, it sounds like council might be interested in adding a condition of approval, and I would look to Adam to confirm, but it sounds like you're looking to add a condition of approval to have the business operation evaluated within a year. So, meaning we probably would look at calls for service, crime in the area if it has increased based upon the 24-hour operation of the convenience store. Councilmember Budge, I believe you're on mute.
You're right. That's a really good suggestion because typically use permits run with the land. So this would be a condition to have the use permit run for 1 year and return for evaluation for extension or review.
Could I just perhaps clarify that? I believe under the 1990-something case of Community Builders versus City of Fort Bragg, automatic expirations on use permits are raised due process issues. So what I would suggest is that the condition be written so that it was an automatic review that would include presentation of evidence, but I don't, and then there would be essentially a due process discussion about whether or not there was a factual basis for shortening the 24-hour period, but I don't think that I would recommend you adopt an automatic expiration. In general, just a use permit and a permit of this type is considered to be a sufficient property interest that there should be due process associated with its expiration.
I understand. So you could write us a condition that would express that?
I would just suggest for the record that a year after the business opens, approximately a year after the business opens, that there would be a review of calls for service and code enforcement issues and other undesirable activities that might be associated with the hours of operation for purposes of determining in an open session the possibility of reducing the hours, and you could even include in your motion what that potential reduction of hours could be if you so chose.
That was kind of a lot to roll into one condition of approval. From my perspective, the most successful convenience store hours are 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
So it would be, if you would like, it would be what I've just said into the record with the possible review for a reduction of the hours to 11 p.m. to 6, to close from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Correct. Turning it the other way around. Correct.
So if I'm not mistaken, the potential combined staff, city attorney, and recommendation would be that you make a motion on the project if you move staff's recommendation with the addition of those two conditions as described.
Correct.
Sounds good to me. Adam, so we've got language basically saying the architecture should be brought up to the standard previously described for the rest of the center.
I believe that was
in terms of use of materials.
That was Ms. Gillard's exact intent, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, I would move approval of this item with those two conditions added.
Second.
Wonderful. Stacy, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry and Mayor Gatewood have recused themselves. Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Pete, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your being here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so we should call the gentleman back. Do we want to take 5 minutes while they get themselves back? Okay, we'll take 5 minutes.
You're in charge, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Stacy, do you want to get ready? All right. And then can you go ahead and read the subject when you're ready?
Item number 18.2, an ordinance amending Title 23 Zoning Code Article 1, Administration, Article 3 Zoning District, Allowable Uses and General Development Standards, Article 7 Site Planning and Development Standards, Article 9 Specific Use Provisions, and Article 11 Definitions of the City of Rancho Cordova Municipal Code and discussion and direction on potential municipal code amendments related to tasting rooms.
All right, Darcy, staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Gatewood, members of the council. Staff is requesting, just due to time constraints and the amount of items that we have on the agenda this evening, these municipal code amendments can be pushed to December 20th for consideration. So staff is requesting that we just continue this item to December 20th in light of the hefty agenda that we have this evening.
Thank you. I was about to suggest the same thing.
I just need a motion to
for that?
continue it to the 20th if possible.
I'll move to continue to our next meeting.
Second.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Hey.
Sorry?
Hey. Calm down. I didn't want to just jump into this. I didn't know why we moved forward. We could have knocked this out real fast. Slow down. It's okay.
No, this will not go fast here. There's a lot of things that they were about to discuss.
Okay.
Let's move on.
All right. Roll call.
We have a motion from Terry, a second from Pulapati. Do we need to take public comment?
To move it? Did any of you
Yes,
guys?
you do.
Been agendized. If there are comments, you should take them.
Yes, you.
Okay.
Thank you. The city clerk's office has not received any public comment via email or via Zoom or from speaker cards in the room. I just wanted to acknowledge that before we went to do the roll call vote.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pulapati.
Yes.
Councilmember Sander.
Aye.
Councilmember Budge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
Aye. All right, let's go on to regular calendar items. And we're going to go ahead and start off. Stacy, can you go ahead and read the announcement, please?
Item 19.1 is the 2022 legislative update. And we have, I'm pulling our representatives via Zoom over, and we have Maria Niestead.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Maria Chacon-Niestead, Communications and Public Affairs Director. This evening, our federal and state legislative advocacy partners will provide a brief legislative update from the past year, and then I'll update you on our 2022 legislative priorities. First, this evening, you'll hear from Jason Gonzalez with Joe A. Gonzalez and Son. The Gonzalez team has been our state-level advocacy partner for the past 5 years. Next, you'll hear from Jen Covino with Simon & Company, and Simon & Company has represented us in Washington, D.C. since shortly after cityhood. As always, both Jason and Jen are happy to answer any questions you might have. And then lastly, I'll update you on the city's 2022 legislative platform and projects for possible federal funding opportunities. Now I'll turn it over to Jason to provide a state legislative update.
Thank you, Maria, for the introduction. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. As Maria mentioned, my name is Jason Gonzalez. I'm with the lobbying firm Joe A. Gonzalez and Son. And it has been 5 years since our firm was retained to represent your city. I guess how time flies when we're having fun in Sacramento. Very briefly, in recognition of your agenda, I'll try to be brief, but wanted to give a general update from last year's legislative session. The numbers can be a little bit dizzying when you think about the number of bills that were introduced. The legislature introduced 2,776 bills this last session for 2021. All, I'm sure, very much needed new pieces of legislation and laws. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
And of the nearly 3,000, 836 were sent to the governor. 770 were signed and 66 were vetoed. So there's 836 new bills either have taken effect with an urgency or will take effect on January 1st, as most bills normally do. The bulk of the remaining bills can be considered and have to be passed out of the House of Origin, meaning all assembly bills out of the assembly all Senate bills out of the Senate by the end of January. Otherwise, those bills die and members would have to reintroduce them. We have seen and will continue to see a continued focus on pandemic relief. We received direction and provided, the direction we received from the governor's office, most notably Alyssa Hartz, the legal affairs secretary, on providing for remote meetings as we're doing now. And as the city attorney noted earlier, AB 361 by Assemblymember Rivas was passed because the governor's executive order was about to expire, was passed with an urgency, and that's where this meeting and meetings throughout the state are operating under during the pandemic or the state of emergency. Continuing to look towards 2022, I think it should be noted that we're hopeful we'll be back to some level of business as usual. And when I say some level of business as usual, will not be in what we call the Capitol Annex, and where the bulk of the members and their staff have their offices. The legislature has started the process of demolishing the annex, and they will be moving into what is being called the swing space, about a 5-minute walk from the Capitol. The governor, legislators, the bulk of the staff will all be moving into that swing space, and committee hearings will be conducted in that swing space. Hopefully, again, if we can get back to in-person hearings. And as such, when we get back to that some level of normalcy, I think we will see another 2,700 bills plus or minus to kick off the 2022 legislative session. We will continue to work closely with your staff, and I should compliment your management team and Maria. Their guidance is what enables us to be successful on any number of issues that will be coming up as part of the 2022 session. We expect there'll be a continued focus on housing and homelessness. With that, we've seen too many and some significant efforts that seek to diminish local control. It is hopefully we'll be able to push back on those, but SB 9 from last year was a troubling bill with a lot of stakeholders, and the only thing I would note is, if not for, and it's not to blame one party or the other, but it wasn't supermajority of Democrats that passed that bill. They had the author, the President Pro Tem, if not for Republican support, would not have passed SB 9. We wish the outcome was different, but I think it's just the beginning of what we will see in the upcoming legislative session. The other issue that I think we expect to see will be sales tax collection. With the increased traffic and online sales, there's a lot of discussion pertaining to situs allocation versus the countywide pool and the use tax collection. So I know it's a divisive issue. It was one that the League of Cities had considered at their conference and has turned to the management committee for direction. And I think sales tax will continue to be a pressing issue. Lastly, just a few quick key deadlines. The governor will have to release the 2022 state budget, by January 10th. The legislative analyst in mid-November projected the state will enjoy a $31 billion budget surplus that could create additional opportunities, as we saw with broadband expenditures and the like in this last budget, for local governments, infrastructure projects, and also funding coming from the federal level. And then two other quick dates. January 21st is our deadline should the city want to submit legislation to the Legislative Council. February 18th is the deadline to introduce bills, and then things will be fast and furious post February 18th with, again, a couple thousand new proposals on the horizon. So I will stop there in interest of time. I want to thank the mayor and the council again for the opportunity. Also, again, thank the management team and wish you all happy holidays and look forward to 2022, a reapportionment and election year, which should be quite exciting here in Sacramento. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is there any public comment? Stacy?
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment for 19.1, and I do not see any hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, should we just go to the federal and do the next one? Can we do the federal, please, now?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for the opportunity to brief you on recent federal developments. Before we get started with that briefing, I wanted to offer my congratulations to Councilmember Sander on his election to serve as the second Vice President of the National League of Cities. My colleagues and I are looking forward to supporting you in that new capacity moving forward. I also want to thank, we're so excited for you. It's well deserved. I also want to thank Vice Mayor Terry for recently allowing our team to support his efforts related to the Sacramento Cap to Cap trip again this year. We recently had some very successful engagement opportunities with the White House, various federal agencies, and the congressional delegation. So we appreciated the opportunity to support the city there. Finally, I just want to express my gratitude and personal thanks to the entire City Council, to City Manager Cyrus Abhar, and our point of contact, Maria, for your public service and for your partnership over the past year. It has been an incredibly productive year in the nation's capital as lawmakers sought to address a number of challenges, including the pandemic and continued economic recovery. And as we review our efforts over the past year and consider the city's platform for 2022, we're looking forward to continued collaboration with the Biden-Harris administration and your congressional delegation, including Congressman Ami Bera, Senator Dianne Feinstein, and Senator Alex Padilla. I have a number of updates on a variety of topics for you tonight, and those items include the fiscal year 2022 budget, congressional earmarks, the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan Act that was signed into law in March, the $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was signed into law last month, and the $1.75 trillion Build Back Better Act that is currently pending consideration before the United States Senate. Last week, really quickly, Congress approved the further extending Government Funding Act, which is the continuing resolution to fund the federal government through February 18th, 2022. Given that extension, we need to wait and see if lawmakers will be able to reach a bipartisan and bicameral agreement on a full year omnibus for the remainder of fiscal year 2022 that began October 1st. That's particularly important for the city of Rancho Cordova, considering the fact that we had some success thus far in the legislative process for congressionally directed spending requests. The Rancho Cordova Youth Center project is contingent on House and Senate appropriators reaching that agreement, particularly on the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education spending bill. The House Labor HHS spending bill currently includes $350,000 for the community project fund request sponsored by Congressman Bera, while the Senate companion includes $340,000 for the project that was requested by both Senator Feinstein and Senator Padilla through the education account. Bipartisan appropriators need to come to an agreement to manage both the Democratic and Republican requests, but we're pretty hopeful that given the number of different items that are dependent on there being a full year omnibus, that lawmakers will be able to reach an agreement sometime in the spring, hopefully, because there's a lot at stake here. Just going retroactively, I want to take a look back at the spring. As you know, earlier this year, President Biden signed into law the American Rescue Plan Act, which included $350 billion worth of direct relief for states, territories, tribes, and local governments of all sizes, including the city, which received $15.58 million from that law to use for four major purposes, including to support urgent COVID-19 response efforts, to replace lost public sector revenue, to support immediate economic stabilization for both households and businesses locally, and to address systemic public health and economic challenges that contributed to disparate impacts on certain populations. Treasury released a number of different frequently asked questions and guidance documents, along with an interim final rule that was published in the summer. However, they have yet to release a final rule. I wanted to alert you to the fact that there's currently bipartisan legislation pending in the U.S. House of Representatives that would actually allow the city to have some greater flexibility with use of those ARPA dollars. It would streamline and strengthen ARPA programs in three ways. It would allow you to allocate up to $10 million worth of your ARPA funds for the provision of general government services without utilizing the complicated revenue loss formula provided by Treasury. It would also allow the greater of either $10 million or or 30% of your ARPA allocation to be used for new infrastructure-related activities that are governed by either the Federal Surface Transportation Law, in this case, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the first title of the Community Development Act of 1974. Finally, you could also repurpose those dollars to address any needs related to natural disasters. We've been told that enactment this year would most likely come in the form of the House adding it to the defense reauthorization, which is a must-pass legislative vehicle. And so we're weighing in with members of your congressional delegation this week, seeking additional flexibility and administrative streamlining on those ARPA funds. Moving on to the next point, and just trying to get through a lot of this quickly for you tonight, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. As you know, President Biden signed that bipartisan infrastructure deal into law on Monday, November 15th, following months and months of negotiations. I want to stress that this law includes a reauthorization of the normal federal surface transportation bill, along with a reauthorization of separate water infrastructure programs. Congress needed to move those reauthorizations this year, sort of regardless of the president's domestic policy agenda. But perhaps most importantly, in addition to those typical reauthorizations, the new law will provide $550 billion worth of new additional spending for transportation, climate resiliency, energy and the power grid, broadband, water infrastructure, and environmental justice programs. Agencies that are receiving authorizations for funding opportunities are now working to establish program guidelines and requirements, and they will be overseeing stakeholder engagement opportunities and coordinating future timelines for solicitations and awards to be announced. Most new funding opportunities should be available by May 14th, 2022. So keep that in mind as an important date for all of us going forward. However, I should forewarn that some new programs that are included in this infrastructure bill may be delayed because of the aforementioned lack of an agreement on a full year omnibus, unfortunately. What I'm recommending to all local governments right now is that you ought to coordinate to the best of your ability with your state, regional, community, and industry and nonprofit partners in the immediate weeks and months ahead to get you as best prepared as possible for when the time comes for the various federal aid to issue their solicitations. I would also encourage you to prioritize local infrastructure projects that are already in your pipeline with regard to environmental permitting and public engagement for fiscal year 2022 funds, because once the federal agencies start announcing those solicitations, we think the programs are going to go fast here. One issue to flag for your awareness, again, the U.S. Department of Transportation has already forewarned us that there's a restriction in the continuing resolution that will prevent the agency from implementing new programs that were included in the bipartisan infrastructure law if they did not exist in the fiscal year 2021 appropriations package from the year before. And so the continuing resolution may delay as many as 3 or 4 discretionary programs subject to appropriations, but potentially other new programs that are supposed to receive advanced appropriations. And this is all some pretty technical jargon for which I apologize. Let me break down infrastructure spending by sector. So new additional spending, we're looking at $550 billion of funding going out. That's $284 billion for the transportation sector. All other infrastructure sectors will receive about $266 billion worth of funding, and that's broken down into several categories, including energy and power, broadband, water infrastructure, resiliency, and environmental remediation. On top of that, there's about $650 billion worth of funding that is provided by the reauthorizations of the existing surface transportation and water infrastructure programs. So all in, $1.2 trillion. That's $365 billion for highways, $106 billion for transit, $102 billion for rail, $25 billion for aviation, $17 billion for ports and waterways, $11 billion for safety initiatives, $7.5 billion for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and $5 billion for electric buses within the transportation portfolio. Energy and power will receive $65 billion. Broadband will receive $65 billion. Water infrastructure, including drinking and wastewater infrastructure, is due for $55 billion. There's about $50 billion for resiliency efforts, and finally, $21 billion included for environmental remediation. This law is going to provide funding over 5 years from fiscal year 2022 through 2026, And I just want to note, I think over the past year and a half, we've all become very accustomed to coronavirus relief legislation being designed for quick disbursement of emergency relief funds that were provided by the ARPA legislation or the CARES Act. However, you should know that this is going to take some time, and these dollars are going to be available over a 5-year window. And the law requires that many of the new grant programs that are being created must be stood up within 180 days of enactment. Really quickly, California is due to receive about $29.9 billion worth of highway program funding. That includes federal aid highway programs at $25 billion, about $4.2 billion for bridge replacement, rehabilitation, and construction. And then finally, nearly $383 million alone just for electric vehicle infrastructure statewide. Meanwhile, transit systems are due to receive approximately $9.4 billion over the next 5 years. There's a number of new grant programs that are being created. Again, there's $4.2 billion for California through a formula bridge program. There's also a new competitive bridge program that'll be created. The state of California will receive about $555 million for new carbon reduction program that's designed to support any projects that result in a reduction of transportation emissions. And 65% of that funding is going to get sub-allocated to your partners at the metropolitan planning organizations. And again, as I mentioned, National Electric Vehicle Formula, $5 billion nationwide, $383 million is going specifically to the state of California. And so I would encourage you to partner with Caltrans to talk about the implementation of the formula dollars. But the city should also be aware that it is also eligible on its own to pursue another $2.5 billion pot that's dedicated to charging and fueling infrastructure grants that'll support the strategic deployment of publicly accessible EV charging infrastructure, as well as gas fueling infrastructure along designated alternative fuel corridors. So that's really exciting. I would strongly encourage that the city seeks out all new discretionary grant opportunities that may be available to you in the coming year. Another one of those exciting formula programs that has a competitive set aside for local governments is the Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, Cost-Saving Transportation program. State of California will receive $631 million worth of funding there. However, there's a competitive set aside of another $1.4 billion that will be made available to local governments or your partners at the Metropolitan Planning Organization or special purpose districts. Running really quickly through the greatest hits of transportation programs that are new. National Infrastructure Project Assistance, that's for new major projects that have total funding, total project costs of above $100 million. There's a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program, an active transportation infrastructure investment program, a discretionary congestion relief program, a discretionary healthy streets program, the Reconnecting Communities pilot, Stopping Threats on Pedestrians grant program, Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation Smart Grant Program. That's supposed to be to support the deployment of community technologies. Finally, a Clean School Bus program. Moving on to water infrastructure, of course, there's about $30 billion worth of assistance for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and another $18.7 billion for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So if you have needs related to providing water to disadvantaged communities or addressing needs related to lead service lines or PFAS contamination, strongly encourage you to partner with your state. Those funds were just announced by the Environmental Protection Agency last week, so governors are now aware of their 5-year allocations for the years ahead. Going down the list, there's $1.2 billion available for brownfields, $2.5 billion available for the Superfund program administered by EPA. Exciting opportunities on resiliency to note for you. When we look over at the Department of Homeland Security, there are a number of new opportunities related to cybersecurity. So there's a new state and local cybersecurity program, $1 billion on the street to support needs at the local level, as well as a $100 million appropriation for cybersecurity response and recovery. Finally, FEMA will oversee a Building Resilience Infrastructure and Communities Grant Program. That's $1 billion worth of relief to address any hazard mitigation activities that will support the improvement of your critical infrastructure as needed. Finally, as we're rounding out some of the formula programs that would be administered by the U.S. Department of Energy, This law reinstates the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant to support any community-based energy efficiency and conservation projects that also generate new workforce development opportunities. So that's $550 million worth of relief going on the street. And so that's sort of a greatest hits. Finally, the last piece of the IIJA would be broadband, $42.45 billion for broadband equity access and deployment, along with an additional $1 billion for middle mile projects. Finally, $1.25 billion for digital equity competitive grants for which local governments would be eligible. So that's my wrap up of the bipartisan infrastructure law. In my final 2 minutes here, I know it's getting late and I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I do want to note, as we're looking ahead to 2022, I would say there are 50-50 odds on whether or not the U.S. Senate will go ahead and consider and pass the Build Back Better Act. That $1.75 trillion piece of legislation passed the House of Representatives last month by a vote of 220 to 213. As you know, Democrats on Capitol Hill are eager to try to advance the second component of President Biden's domestic policy agenda that would provide robust investments in child care and families, education and the workforce, more funding for climate and resiliency, clean energy and the environment, as well as additional investments in housing, community development, healthcare, and human services. It would deliver another $550 billion to combat climate change. I think of the greatest hits, you may want to know, it would establish free, high-quality universal preschool programs for all 3 and 4-year-olds. It would authorize the first ever national paid family and medical leave for up to 4 weeks of paid leave. It would extend and expand the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. It would provide another $150 billion for home and community-based services for caretaking for older adults and people with disabilities. And perhaps what I might be most excited about, it would provide $150 billion of funding for housing and homelessness, along with additional investments to support workforce development, small business administration programs, and community revitalization. So with that, I don't want to get too much into the details. As you know, there's a 50-50 split in the Senate, and so any senator can sort of be the one to hold up the process. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has indicated that he would like to see the Senate hold a vote on the legislation the week of December 13th, which would be next week. However, at this point in time, only 8 of the 12 committees who are involved in budget reconciliation have reported out their reconciliation instructions to get to address issues related to the Byrd rule. Senate parliamentarian is going through the House-passed version of the legislation to ensure that all policies included are germane to the budget reconciliation process. We expect them to make a decision on issues like immigration and another number of other issues soon in the week ahead. And so at that point, there will be some issues that are still outstanding to resolve. And of course, ultimately, the president's agenda related to Build Back Better is dependent on whether or not he has the support of Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Senator Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona. So with that, it has been a busy year, and I am more than happy to take any questions you have on any number of these issues. And thank you again for the opportunity to support the city's work in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Stacy, do we have any public comment?
I believe Maria still has more to present.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so would the council, does the council have any questions for our consultants before I review very quickly the platform and our federal funding projects? If not, I'm going to go ahead and just very briefly let you know that there's 2 parts, as you know, to our legislative priorities. The legislative platform, for which there were no changes in the past year, and the 2022 projects for possible federal funding. These have been updated and include 3 new projects, one new project, and that's the Monier Circle Flood Control Basin. You had that in your agenda packet, and at this point, we'll go ahead and take any questions or discussion.
All right, now I'm going to ask, do we have any citizens that have any questions?
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment. I have no speaker cards, and there are no hands raised in Zoom.
All right. Council, do you have any questions or comments? All right. What are we
Garrett?
missing? Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Garrett, yeah, let's just thank both of them for really keeping us up throughout the years on issues that are going on because, you know, as they well know, what we get from media and what we get from the organizations that we belong to may differ from what we hear or know to be true from the boots on the ground. And you all are the boots on the ground, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, great work, guys. Is there a motion that needs to happen, Cyrus? Maria?
Yes, Council, if we could get your approval on the platform and the projects for possible federal funding.
So moved.
Move approval.
You guys said the same thing. Can I get a second?
Second.
Excellent. Roll call.
Was that, Council?
Donald Terry was
Yes,
first.
thank you.
Linda Budge was number second.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye, and thank you, guys.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye, and thank you again.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Maria. All right, I'll give you a chance to switch up.
The next item is 19.2, Stone Creek Village Baroque Signal Report.
All right, Albert, staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gatewood.
This is not Baroque. Don't fix it.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
Oh, it's so bad. Ken would applaud you, believe me.
Good evening, Mayor Gatewood and council members. Albert Stricker with the Public Works Department. And on October 18th, the City Council approved Elliott Homes' Stone Creek Village project that's near the intersection of Zinfandel Drive and Bear Hollow. And at that time, City Council directed staff to look into the potential for installing a new signal at the intersection of Zinfandel Drive and the northern intersection with Baroque. Since that time, staff has collaborated with the developer, Elliott Homes, and we've reached concurrence on Elliott Homes' installation of a signal as well as a cost-sharing agreement. And if we have additional information, if council would like to hear that tonight, or we'd be prepared to answer any questions and receive direction from City Council on whether or not you would like Elliott Homes to install a signal at the intersection of Baroque Drive and Zinfandel Drive.
Excellent. All right, Stacy, is there any public comment?
The city clerk's office has not received any public comment for item 19.2, and there are no hands that are raised in Zoom.
All right. Council, any questions for Albert?
Hearing none, Garrett, I'm going to move approval of the installation of the signal light. Having spent almost 20 years, along with our original city manager, dealing with this intersection, there is so much development going on at that area. I don't see how it would be safe to not install the signal light. So I will move approval.
Excellent.
Second.
All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes. All right.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you to Elliot. Thank you, Price.
All right. Switchy switch. All right, before we get started on this one, guys that have been waiting, thank you for waiting. This is the chance you come up and get a speaker card and submit it. If anyone has to, this is the time we want to do that. Also, everyone who's interested, you're going to want to get, when I say ask for public comment, you want to get your hands raised. Let's get in so we can get your opinion on the record. Has everyone done that? Because everyone, give me a thumbs up if you already submitted a card and all that stuff. Excellent. All right. Stacy, subject, please.
The subject for item 19.3 is Mills Crossing project update and direction to move towards a development agreement.
Micah Runner, Stefan, staff report.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Micah Runner, Deputy City Manager. I do want to address real briefly, there was a comment earlier about the title of the staff report and the leaving off the Civic Center name off of the agenda item. And I do want to apologize for that change. That wasn't intentional in any way. I think what we tried to do when we originally released the information for this information, we did include in the emails and the public notice and those other areas as far as that title. But unfortunately left it off the staff report and the agenda title. So I just want to apologize for that up front, and we'll now dig into the meat of the title, which is the Mill Station project and the Mill Station Civic Center. So many public meetings have taken place regarding this item and this discussion for the past 3 to 4 years. The site plan is a product of those discussions and those meetings and synthesizing both the direction from the council, the conversations with the community, and then also the economics that go into building a project and working with our development partners. The proposed project is a $150 million investment onto Folsom Boulevard. This is a project that could have a substantial catalyst to the boulevard and to the community. And as we look at the type of investment, it really is looking at a catalyst type of project that would go into this project and into this area, but then also includes a subsidy or an investment from the city in the area of 35 to 45 million. When we go into the project, I'll ask Corin Crawford to go into an update on the project and talk about some of the deal structure that we're asking for today. What we're really asking the council today to do is to, at the end of the discussion, give direction to select a preferred alternative and to move forward with the next steps in this project, which would do further design, dig into the detail of the project itself and the financials and the different property transactions and things that would need to take place. So with that, I will turn it over to Corin Crawford to run through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, honorable council members. Real pleasure to be here again and provide this update. Next slide, please. So today, the update is really two pieces. One, we will do, or I'll do a bit of plan updates to show you what has transpired since we last had our conversation in July, and then go into the deal structure and process a little bit more. And the plan updates really help to reinforce some of the details as it relates to the deal structure in item number 2. So next slide. This is the preferred development alternative that was identified in April of 2021. Council supported this as the preferred development alternative, where we really identified a project that was ambitious. It was a project that would be in an urban form to include 100,000 square feet plus or minus of community commercial facilities, a park plaza and other neighborhood greens and community parks, and then the residential mixture of townhouses and affordable multifamily towards the north of the site. Next slide. Council also asked us to look at modifications to this preferred development alternative, given further community feedback, community working sessions, and council preferences for the project. So we had a look at, particularly in July, the conversation was around the plan, and this is, I'm kind of reiterating what we heard, is that overall the plan and the elements, were supported, but can we find a way to increase the amount of open space, the amount of placemaking that we saw? So we took a look at that, and the real best way to really do that was simply to keep the symmetrical nature of the neighborhood park or community park towards the north of the site, and create that symmetry, but widen it. And so as we were looking at it, we looked at widening that, and we wanted to get a feel for how much to widen it. And the feedback was, at least when we looked at it from a residential market standpoint, the feedback was retain an ability to have around 50 townhome lots for critical mass and community cohesion. That was sort of like the minimum number of townhome lots that would really make a lot of sense for that phase of the project. So we increased the park open space to, from 0.4 acres to 1.1 acres, in addition to an acre of plaza fronting along Folsom Boulevard. Next slide. And as you can see, this combined, the combination of the plaza and the neighborhood green really support a whole variety of outdoor space programming, interactive water features, stage performance area, shaded seating area, kiosks, flexible lawns, outdoor fitness areas, public restroom, as has been asked for, outdoor meeting spaces or work lounges, outdoor sports courts. All of these types of facilities in differing forms or another can be programmed and are all in play for these areas of the public space. We have not designed the public space yet, right? So obviously, the next phase of the project is to really dig deeper into the design, but the original plan had always called out for these types of uses to be a part of the combined package of placemaking that was a part of the project. Next slide. And then so we also provide some illustrative projects for discussion, and those projects, more detailed on the projects, are at the end of the presentation. I won't get into that one by one, but there's some key criteria for thinking about other projects. Our project in front of you, as well as how those compare. And so this kind of breaks down some key elements of this project and comparing it to other projects. Obviously, we've talked a lot about transit-oriented development and mixed-use projects. They're mixed use in this form. It merges the outdoor space with the commercial community or the community commercial facilities, as well as the housing. And so the project examples that you see, talk about those elements. The other would be adding in civic or community spaces into all of that. And so that's another kind of core element of this project, and we compare that with other projects that are out there. And then the rest is pretty self-explanatory: public outdoor space and a similar population. So let's proceed to the next slide, just to give you a little rundown of the types of projects that we looked at. There are projects in Elk Grove, Napa Civic Center that's open planning. There are examples in the Bay Area at Bay Meadows and San Mateo, Redwood City, Courthouse Square in Redwood City. We've talked about Proxy as a project in San Francisco. Couple of project examples or areas of town in Midtown, certain segments of Midtown that really capture the elements of this project, and all the way down. What you can see with these examples in various forms is that they all take on a mixed-use format. They have elements of community, commercial, and housing. They take on an urban form, and the housing is done in a way that tends to be mixed income. If you are urban style housing, particularly in the policy environment that we're in California, the housing types are mixed use. So that's an area that really is a strong overlap, and basically in all of the project examples that we've selected, demonstrate transit-oriented development, mix of uses, the housing types, the function and role of housing, and how that's synergistic with other community and commercial facilities. The other can be talked about with the civic and community space and the public space, and comparing it with similar population and location. Next slide. So getting into the deal structure, I want to spend a bit of time talking about the kind of core pieces of really answering questions like how's the project come together? Like what's the process moving forward and how do the different pieces come together? Particularly how is the deal structured? What are the key ways in which the community commercial portion of the site is structured and how is the housing structured? And then, as Micah mentioned in the preamble, we provide some cost information to talk about the $150 million of cost and investment really in this site. Next slide. So talking about the project components, this is a diagram that is another look at kind of your core project components. We've got a flex community commercial space. We've got a community arts wing. We've got health and wellness. We've got the public spaces. And next slide, each of these elements are generally captured in the table that you see below. And again, here's a conversation that this is somewhat of a restatement of prior conversations that we've had in July and into the spring earlier in the year about the why. Why is the project conceived of the components that it currently has? And the truth is, the feedback that we've received, and I call it consensus feedback. We take in different community messages and feedback we take in, and we've talked a lot about how we synthesize the years of work that had been done to get us to this point by the city, as well as the council's comments and direction. It really comes down to a couple of things. This is a project that is providing a community amenity that is accessible and affordable to the community. A key pillar of the project is to be an economic catalyst. Ways in which Folsom Boulevard can catalyze greater investment in the surrounding region, what elements of the project will achieve that. And then with the level of ambition that the project has, are there partners and other funding opportunities that augments the city's investment for a project that costs a lot more than the $35 to $45 million that the city is prepared to invest in it. And so these aspects of the project, this is just a little of a matrix that shows the elements of the project that really lend themselves to each of these three pillars of the project. And that's sort of the why of, for example, why of housing. Housing has been a major conversation that we've continually had in this conversation, and we have seen, especially in the last meeting, we've seen voices that were supportive of transit-oriented development, mixed use in housing, and we've seen voices that were not in support of housing. And this is and the synthesis of that is where we end up. And so we can look at what the ways in which housing and talk about the ways in which housing will provide a community amenity or provide economic catalyst or provide additional funding. And the same can be said about the health and wellness component or the community arts components. And this is a slide that really looks to diagnose those aspects of the project. Next slide. So kind of going back, this is the consensus project that we've had. In order that the process moving forward in order to achieve the project really boils down to three core pieces of activities, of development activities. One is master development / land development. The site needs to be, there's still some planning and approvals and development of site infrastructure that needs to occur that really addresses the site as a whole, so that we can break down the site into its constituent parts, which would be the community commercial, the arts, the wellness, the flex, and then the housing, the apartments and townhouses. So in addressing how all of this comes together, how we fit those parts, next slide, please. We really want to start with the end in mind. We know where we want to get to, and so we back up from that to arrive at what we need to do in the near term to get there. So the housing piece of it, and this is where we're starting to talk a little bit about how these individual deals get structured. The housing area includes market rate, affordable, and interior streets, like the kind of site work and infrastructure that's a part of a housing project itself. And again, kind of restating what I was saying before, the role of the housing that we've discussed and had dialogue about is that it really contributes in just simplistic terms to economic development, to the transit-oriented nature of it, the urban placemaking that's been sought after, kind of ways in which this piece of the project would form a catalyst, and then neighborhood security, sort of eyes on the street, folks who are living there, they're 7 days a week, morning, midday, and evening. This would be a project that would be active, and the housing is sort of embedded demand and activity for the site so that it doesn't sit idle at any sort of given periods of time. And the way that the project would be structured is, and this is really critical and key, it's a key distinction between the different aspects of the project, is that from the housing, the developer owns, manages, and controls the different housing pieces. And in order to do that, there would be separate parcels created, and the city would sell the land to the developer. Next slide. Kind of a core difference from a deal structure standpoint for the community commercial areas, the arts, the wellness, the flex space, the parking structure, the outdoor spaces, and the public interior street is that the city owns, manages, and controls the community commercial and the land underlying it. And any anchor users, long-term partners that would be a part of this project, or long-term tenants, would form long-term agreements with the city. And Griffin Swinnerton, as opposed to Related, we are a fee developer. We don't own this. We are developing, planning, designing, and developing on the behalf of the city. Next slide. So then that backs us into, if we want to get to each of those two places, this backs into the land development, or the master development component of the project, where these are the activities that we need to do in order to continue to advance the project. There's still a little bit of site investigation work to do, although during the E&A we've done, say, 95% of the due diligence. There's some space programming to finalize. We would embark upon getting more into heavy-duty schematic design, where that schematic design process continues to have a collaborative nature between the council and the community for the aesthetic of the building, the programming of the outdoor space, and so on and so forth. And then there's land use approvals and site planning, parcel creation, entitlements, CEQA, and then there's the actual installation of the on-site and off-site infrastructure improvements and the open space. Next slide. So from a timeline standpoint, we are in Q4 2021, and we're essentially, winding down the E&A, or exclusive negotiating phase of the project, having completed the 5 activities there, and looking to move the project forward to the next phase, where we finalize the space programming and do the schematic design process in collaboration with council and community, and the other activities that we talked about under this banner of master development. And that could occur with a development agreement as early as this is sort of the next natural phase for us to go, and that's part of the request for today, is to come back with a development agreement in January. And then that leads into the development of the different components of the project, the community commercial facilities and the housing development facilities, all with an eye towards achieving a grand opening for the project in 2025. I often talk about that just being a really nice date to strive for. Next slide. A little bit about the cost and the level of investment. The assumption that our financing plan and model works from is 50 to 60 units of market rate townhomes, The development pro forma shows a cost of $20 to $23 million, or $380,000 to $400,000 per unit. The multifamily separate parcel was assumed to be 55 units, cost of $28 million, or $509,000 per unit. You can see a difference in the level of construction costs between, building townhomes and building multifamily. It's just, a different building type to build multifamily. It's just a more expensive product type. But this combined investment is $50 million of cost of investment into the site. Next slide. The community commercial includes 100 to 120,000 square feet of community facilities. Combining that with the site work and the placemaking, the open space programming, is a cost of 90 to 100 million, and a city subsidy range of 36 million to 46 million. And that means that the balance of that gets paid is financed and paid for from other co-investment from other anchor users, other we've talked about a sports and rec use, or a health clinic and others. And that co-investment from some of these other anchor partners makes up the difference, in addition to sources of funds like New Markets tax credits and other federal and state grants. Next slide.
Thank you.
And so from a next step standpoint, going back, let's go to the next slide, where I just reiterate that process slide. I'll keep going. These are slides that I can refer back to with any questions. But this is in our view, based upon the work that we've done, the consensus project. I know that we, again, I tried to address a little bit about the conversation that we've had about what elements of the project make the most sense. And we've seen alternatives, a community plan, and residents have come together, in which we like the level of civic engagement that's a part of it. It makes for a better project. And so we've seen some of those plans, and I think that in terms of the consensus project that we've seen, really, has these elements. We've increased the amount of open space, based upon community feedback. We have talked a lot about the role and function of a mixed-use project, and how housing really contributes security. It contributes eyes on the ground. It contributes, it's synergistic with the programming partners that want to be in the community facilities. It certainly provides an economic catalyst. I mean, these are, things that we have mentioned, and those are the kinds of things that we think the community plan isn't as informed in the long-term conversation that we've had for these aspects of the project, including, as I mentioned, like some of the security, it's the commercial facilities in that plan. We've received direction early on that this was a project that would be community serving, and so we've included those elements into this consensus plan for consideration for the council. Next slide. The project agreements that would come in front of you beginning in January would be a master development agreement that deals with all the pre-construction aspects of the project, the design, the project description, the entitlements and approvals, which would then go into separate development agreements for the housing and the community commercial facilities. Next slide. So the ask at the end of the presentation really is a motion to move forward with this project. So to proceed with the final design concept as shown, and to prepare a development agreement for design, CEQA, and project financing, and to do that for council consideration next month in January. And that is the presentation. There are other materials which we can flip to, but I will stop there and see if there are any questions.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start with public comment. So I'm going to get everyone ready.
Actually, Garrett, could I ask just 2 clarifying questions?
Sure.
Before?
Sure.
Corin, if I understood you properly, as I understand this proposal, the city would actually sell the land to housing developers. This would not be a donation or a gift in any way. They'd be purchasing it.
Yes.
And the proceeds of which would fund the other aspects of the project that don't have any positive cash flow with them, right? The construction of the theater, for example, which is not likely to be a money maker for the city, who's likely to be the owner, if not the absolute operator, as well as all the community space and art amenities, things like that.
Yeah. So yes. So this is not a land donation. This is a piece of the project that is a parcel that's created for housing, and the city would sell that to a housing developer at fair market rate, and it would contribute to the city's ability to subsidize the rest of the project. The sale of the land is not, it's a portion, I should say, of the city's ability to contribute, but it's not the majority of it, but it's very helpful.
The plaza and the green space in these renderings doesn't show any detail, and that's by design, right? This isn't just like an open green space. There would be some programmatic elements in it so that
yes,
events could be held, and we have proper wiring and water and hard space and that sort of thing accommodated.
Certainly, yes. So those we are at a place where things are still conceptual, and
right.
It's not just a green space. And the truth is, when you combine the plaza and the park, the community park that we show at the top, many of the things called for in the residence plan can be accommodated in the combination of the open space that the city's already planning for. So we think that this is seeking to be the consensus there.
Yeah, I should point out this is still conceptual. I mean, the drawings keep changing, but we're still at that concept level. Because someone will have to come and tell us, for example, is the open space too big or too small? Because, we've all been in public plazas that are too big for like the human scale or the building scale around them, and it doesn't make you feel comfortable. There's sort of I don't know it, but there's an artistic ratio involved here of how big is the building and how big is the open space, and do I feel okay here?
Right.
Yeah.
You do need to add that really appealing water feature, because that's what bought us. You hooked us in with that, so that should be first.
And so
I have one last hard question. This is a hard question.
Okay.
Cord, why can't we get vertical integration of uses? Like housing over retail, housing over theater, that sort of a mix. Why that hard line between housing and other uses?
The short answer for that is we talked a little bit about this in our March presentation, where we showed more of the numbers around that type of construction. But I think it goes a lot back to the costs that we show for multifamily construction. You saw the numbers for the multifamily piece, $509,000 per unit, and the truth is the per square foot per unit cost of that is really challenging to make economically feasible. At the core of this project, it's a project that is driven by especially the housing piece of it, it's driven by market rate. And so that topology of construction is just a very high cost construction type. And the location of this project has great potential. We are passionate about it. We love it, but it's still transitioning. And so the realities of development are that you can't just wish for the revenue and wish for the financing model to occur. You kind of have to contend with the reality of the situation that you have on the ground. So when we combine just the market economics and the reality that exists for this location, for this site, for this construction type, what we've come up with is the what we've come up with, we think, is a very inspiring and impressive, feasible project that can work. So that's the best.
Thank you for that, Corin. All of the proposals we saw had that restriction in it, but obviously people keep thinking about it. So
I get it.
I just wanted you to go on the record and clarify that. And I actually think we could end up with office above retail or restaurant or cafe, something like that is still possible in here.
Yeah, so I think so too. We have not, I mean, I would say that this is something that that's a part of the study for the next phase, right? When you get into heavy duty design, these are still concepts that can be pursued.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that before we got a lot of citizen comment on those points.
All right.
So can I add a couple thoughts?
Sure.
So if we think back to the project that was approved, just as we incorporated, there was a plan that the buildings on Folsom Boulevard would be multi-story, David, and actually they were only about 3-story at that point. But the idea was to do, number one, the county board of supervisors actually approved on-street parallel parking on Folsom Boulevard, which of course was completely unheard of at that point in time. And it's still unheard of at any of the boulevards within the county. You have to be in downtown Sacramento before you ever see that kind of thing, or Old Town Elk Grove, I think. But the first floor was retail. They had, first of all, they had broad urban sidewalks. The first floor was retail. The second floor was offices, and the third floor was a part of the parking structure that was the third floor, as well as surrounded the offices and retail, so that they effectively were kind of liner buildings along Folsom Boulevard. One of the issues we have at this point is that when you get to the north side of this piece of property, they are on a huge hill before you go down into the floodplain that is the Cordova Meadows. And if we were to put multi-story buildings on either La Loma or along the back of the property, in effect, you could have a 10 or 12-story building looking over everybody's house or apartment that's down in the meadows. And from urban planning standpoint, that would be completely a travesty. That just would not work. You don't want that kind of structure overlooking areas that are lower in elevation than what you've got on the boulevard. And that's just the reality. Folsom Boulevard happens to be the dividing line between where you were at grade level and then where you went down into the floodplain along the American River.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a couple questions?
Do you want to get started on the citizen stuff, or do you have a couple more?
No, I'd like to ask the presenter a couple of questions.
All right, go ahead.
So, Corin, as part of your due diligence over the last, I don't know, we've been working on this for 2 years, I want to say, roughly. Maybe we did the engagement in April of 2020, something like that. But during this time, you've been doing ample amount of work in what kinds of uses are feasible here, right? And I know there was a lot of community feedback. People talked about movie theaters and bowling alleys and big, huge theaters and all kinds of stuff. Those types of opportunities were vetted and considered as part of the work, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they were, and most of them were deemed to be infeasible, or you couldn't find an interested tenant or operator for some of those other uses that had been suggested during this process.
Well, I think when we were, so say a movie theater, or even a bowling alley, right? Like if the nature of the project, particularly the community spaces that are fronting on Folsom Boulevard, those types of uses, sort of quasi big box entertainment and retail uses, need a lot of space. They need lots of parking and they need lots of land. So it was really a question of, how are we going to program a 10-acre site? Oftentimes, if the city were simply interested in an entertainment center and having the site be a bowling alley and a movie theater, you kind of need more than 10 acres for something like that in general. So we were given the project when, in a lot of ways, when those types of uses were, we're not a part of this project. I know the city is continuing to look for other opportunities to develop these uses in other locations in the city, and we certainly encourage that. But the truth is, retail is challenging as a spec type of development. We don't believe that no bowling alley operator has stepped forward to say they'd love to build a project here, these are uses, in a post-pandemic environment, these types of retail uses have gotten more challenging to develop rather than more attractive, I should say.
Yeah, thanks. And then just next steps, assuming we move forward tonight, David, you kind of alluded to this, but I want to kind of drive it home a little bit more. There's still going to be ample conversations around what does this open space look like? What does the buildings look like? The design, we would move into a design phase of having, again, more community input and engagement around what these buildings are going to look like, what kinds of materials are used, where things are placed ultimately, right? I mean, right now we have a schematic of a kind of, some things are here, some things are here, but as we do more of the study and more of the work of actually designing what these things look like, they could evolve.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, let's get started on speakers.
Our first speaker will be Faiza Mughal. Following Faiza will be Helen Wayland Bashaw. Following Helen will be Lupe. Hold on, just speaker. Okay, and
Okay.
Persephone.
Okay. I'm Faiza Mughal from Lincoln Village. Pick a lane. Is this a civic center or a housing center? Housing at the civic center site is a huge sticking point for the community. Cost analysis of the site, both with and without the housing, should be provided for comparison. A huge amount of our land dedicated to housing that I still don't know if I want to support because no one has the details, and you appear not to have discretion over it. If the housing on this publicly purchased land will not support our dyed-in-the-wool Rancho families, whatever their income, how can you ask us to be okay with this part of the plan? Those are some of my past public comments on the Civic Center. I do not feel I've been heard. Tonight it is my understanding that staff is recommending that this council choose between Design Concepts 1 and 2 so that they can draft a development agreement for the project, which will mean one of those site plans becomes the official project template. Furthermore, if things go according to staff recommendation, it is my understanding that the next phase of public outreach for this project will be surrounding the design or aesthetic of the site, which I refer to as picking out the drapes. Before we agree to help you pick out the drapes, shouldn't we first agree on the layout and purpose of our new home? On July 19th, a resident presented you with a community draft of what we hoped our Civic Center site plans could accommodate. 160 residents attended that council meeting, and 200 public comments were sent in. The people asked for specific things and requested that those things be incorporated into the plans, or that those things be studied, and the reasons for their non-viability, if any were found, be presented to the residents. This request was not met. Since that meeting and the revamped site plans that debuted during the October coffees with the mayor, we have not been offered a formal community Q&A with the developer and the staff to record our collective voices in time for our words to be summarized in the presentation that was shown today. I respectfully request that another public session be held to record and present the community's feedback on not only concept 1 and 2, but also the people's suggested site plan from July 19th and site plans without any housing on it, just for comparison. To the residents on Zoom, even if you only plan to be a bystander tonight, please press *9 and raise your hand to speak. Say something, even if it's only to agree with the previous speaker or to support one of the city's current plans. Sometimes our comments work like a vote, and they tally our reactions before a final decision is made. So raise your hand and vote. As always, I thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Helen. Following Helen will be Lupe. Following Lupe will be Autumn.
Hi, I'm Helen Whalen Bashaw. In regards to this, the last meeting that I attended where we saw a presentation of this, there was going to be another public meeting on this. That didn't happen. So I looked at the agenda today, and I see the closed session talks with number 1, and it talks about negotiation with the parties. And it happens to be, appears to me, those same pieces of ground and the same person that made the presentation today. So it seems like this was the cart before the horse at number 5.1, and 19.3 is the horse. So why are we even having this presentation? It appears to me that the city council has already made up its decision without the public who is living in that area has to deal with. You've decided what we need, not what the people in the area thinks we need. And I saw this presentation does not show the alley that goes behind the project for the cars to be able to get out when there is a public event. It also looks at the 4 houses that's sitting over there off the side street, which is currently congested with cars due to the apartments in that area. So how is this going to help this area? You're throwing more cars into a congested area already that is not providing an outlet for people that are living there now to really park. So, I don't see where the council's actually listening to the people. To me, this is the same presentation that was made before because nothing's changed on it. The reason why nothing's changed is we didn't get that public meeting that y'all have promised us. There's my southern side. So I just don't understand this. This is a deja vu back to the protected bike lane supposed to be installed in a 45-mile-an-hour area and got installed on Rod Beaudry, which is 25 miles an hour. You promised us additional meetings. We never had them. Instead, the council voted on something without giving the public a true sense of involvement with it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lupe.
Good evening, Mayor, other council people that are here on Zoom or whatever, however you're listening. Thank you for allowing us to give our 2 cents. Thank you, Helen, for saying the most obvious. There's something called the Brown Act. And when you start discussing negotiations, and I'm happy, I'm elated that Helen brought this up, but why would you have a conference with real property negotiators if we're still talking about it? In the past, we've had dog and pony shows where you had handouts. We can't even see the diagrams because your teletype or whatever you call that, whatever it's called, it's all over the map. We can't see the maps. I'm so disappointed. You all need to be fired. You all need to be replaced because you're not doing what we're asked. I've been here over 45 years, and yes, my family is from the South, and I'll get into my twang too, because we've got so many things that the citizens have asked for. We have not asked for townhouses. We have not asked for housing development. We have not asked for things that you're forcing us to have. Yet on Aramon Drive, you all bought that liquor store that's on the corner of Aramon and Folsom Boulevard, and you're starting to develop something there, and then you're leased back that market that's on the corner of Aramon, you leased it back to the person that's renting it. Is that true or not? Because there's a lot of city parcels around here where you can put that housing, okay? There's a lot of places right next to the fire department. There's a lot of other places. It's a disappointment to see or to not see what's being done because we don't have it in front of us. You have visuals, but we don't have hard copies. We can't even scribble on anything at all because we don't have that. You've done that in the past. You've given us handouts. What's going on? You're saving paper? I'm so disappointed. And I'm not giving you a scolding. I'm just giving you my 2 cents. It's probably worth a quarter now because what's going on is that you're not listening to the people. You're not listening to what we want. Okay? We don't want housing there. Why are you shoving this down our throat? Put us somewhere else. Put it in your neighborhood. Well, I got 9 seconds. Good evening.
Next speaker is Autumn Eberhardt. Following Autumn will be Mary Ann France.
Hello, I'm Autumn Eberhardt from Cordova Meadows. I'm asking the council to please vote no on the alternatives being presented by staff tonight. Councilmember Budge, you wrote that you got into local politics because you used to live near Bradshaw and Folsom. And when they put in the Kings Gate country there, they cut down this massive row of elm trees that went down Bradshaw as far as the eye could see. You were enraged by it. There was no public input sought, and that couldn't happen today because of opportunities for people to participate in what goes on at City Hall, to meet their neighbors, and to work on local projects. You were on the county's Planning Advisory Council, which gave local residents a say for the first time in what went on in their neighborhoods, so you must understand how we feel right now. The Civic Center is our elm trees. Yet there's been an evolution in the culture of the community input where it's simply checking a box, not a genuine request for involvement. Why do the questions, concerns, and interests of the community not matter for a project that is supposed to be for us? Why do the people from July 19th not matter, and those here tonight? We're telling you we want to be involved with this project, and that the direction you're moving in does not meet the vision statement. This could still be a successful TOD without the single-family townhomes. You haven't shown us anything that says it can't be. Many people weren't even aware that the project was happening until passionate residents got involved this summer. This isn't just paving a road or adding some lanes. It's a project to build commonality and pride amongst the citizens of Rancho Cordova. A place that the community will be proud of requires the community being involved in the decision-making. It still can be, if you're willing to vote no on the alternatives in front of you and ask staff to take a step back, use these alternatives as a draft starting point to re-engage the community and create a project team that includes residents from the different neighborhoods in Rancho Cordova. So we can build a space that the community really does brag to their friends in other cities about. A place that puts a smile on your kid's face when you bring them there. Honestly, it should be a place that puts a smile on everyone, young or old, when they're going there, because it's a place we built together. So please, vote no tonight on the alternatives in front of you and give the community a stronger voice on how the Civic Center should be developed. Thank you. Oh, I'm actually ahead, so thanks, Garrett, for being here in person. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Mary Ann France. Is Mary Ann in the room? No? Okay. Next speaker is Candy Ayate.
I live at 2808 Paseo Drive. There's only one residence that is closer to the El Caprice than I am. When the stop sign was put in there, we began having major traffic problems. When school is in session, everybody parks on our street. Quite frequently, they block our driveways. On your proposal tonight, I noticed that you still have only one ingress and egress. That was something that was a concern of mine when Don Natoli asked me to go and review the very first plans for that lot. It's not going to work. That traffic pattern is not going to work. We have people running the stop sign on Paseo. Even one guy ran into the little brick fence on my neighbor's yard. And when we went to talk to him, he said, well, everybody always runs this stop sign. I don't know why that guy didn't. And he had to swing and ended up in the fence line. You have to have some form of an exit onto Folsom Boulevard. Otherwise, you're going to get people backed up. They're going to get hit by the train. If you watch that intersection, people are already this close to doing it. When there's only like room for 3 or 4 cars on Paseo from Folsom Boulevard. When school's in session, that intersection is very, very busy. It's only going to get worse with this proposal. I'm not real thrilled with the idea of that many residents on that lot. I think it's going to feel very crowded. But if you have to do housing, then do housing. But also on your retail, think about the changes in retail since the pandemic hit. How many families are running a small business out of their houses that will need small retail space? And that would be a great opportunity out there on Folsom Boulevard, fronting the boulevard so people can see them as they go by. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. That's probably worth a quarter now. Thank you.
By the Folsom Lake College, right? Paseo right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Mita Kashat?
That was so thick, so quick, I hardly had time to formulate my talk. I was very enthused when we were able to buy that land and develop it into something spectacular. And then I heard the word civic center. And I even went to Merriam to look it up to find out what a civic center was. This is not a civic center. And then I went back to read who the people were on the panel that set this in motion, and I didn't see one person that lived in our area on that list of people. And I think that was a terrible oversight, and it caused a lot of hard feelings. And then we've had this presentation by this one developer, which seems that you all love. This plan to me is very thin. I don't think it represents a community. I have no idea what these housing areas are going to look like. I have no idea what the community buildings are going to be. It looks to me like this is not a well-thought plan. I would like us to go back and get something that the community wants. And I know you've heard from a lot of people around there about the parking issue. It's not going to go away. As much as we love to go into this society where we are not having automobiles, I don't think it's going to be in my lifetime. I may not have that much time, actually. So I think we should really take a hard look at reality and make something that we know we would be proud of and get it going. I don't know why you can't say, we made a mistake. You know, there's 3 words that's very hard to say, and it's, I was wrong. I think on this project, we were all wrong. And I don't think we're going to be happy with it. And happy holidays to all of you.
Our next speaker is Ejiro. Ejiro, you're in Zoom. I've unmuted you. Are you there? You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ejiro Okoro, and I am currently the policy director for the Sacramento Housing Alliance. And while we appreciate the necessity of this transit-oriented development in the city limits, the city must take more aggressive means to ensure the planned maximum 55 units have deep levels of affordability, with units that could be home to those who make a low and a very low income. As the corridor continues to develop, the council must ensure that current residents are not priced out of rent by 1, engaging community residents, 2, investing in deed-restricted affordable housing, and 3, investing in community ownership models such as housing trusts or other specified models that have been shown to help to prevent displacement and gentrification. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danielle Cummings. Danielle, you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what I've already said in the last time that the City Council held a meeting on this. And I would like the council to move to stop this vote tonight, because I don't think that the community has had fair opportunity to be heard. We voiced a lot of different opinions at the last meeting, and I don't see where any of that was taken into account or utilized in this project. It looks to me to be exactly the same thing that we were talking about the last time that we met. And that's very disconcerting. So I support the other speakers that have already spoken. I agree with everything that they have said in regards to the city not listening. I also agree with a lot of the suggestions that they've made of other ways to do this. And I do think we need to hold another community workshop. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anil. Anil Reddy, you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Council and my fellow citizens.
Good evening, Neil.
A lot of our citizens raised their concerns. I think the bottom line is City of Rancho Cordova and community is a very progressive community, and they really want to see the development. They really want to see their city to grow and build new things. I think the one concern, it seems to be lacking of information or education. I really request the city leadership to invest more time in educating in the community and also show the success stories around the mixed use developments. That is the critical thing. I think there is a lot of misinformation out there in the community. Either it's because of the political issues or maybe it's a personality issues. But leadership needs to clearly show the success stories not only if you look at the Oklahoma North Farm, it's a small city, how they converted a rundown. So I do not remember exactly the story, but I think they just bought it for $10 from the Housing Development Department from the federal government, and they converted that into a multi-mixed use civic center kind of things. We are talking about the Hyperloop. In the next 30 years, we may see the development of the Hyperloop. Like basically, you sit in a low-pressure capsule that allows you to travel at 700 miles per hour. There are the emerging trends, and we need to have this accommodating the sharing economy. And mixed-use development is really critical for any growing cities and growing economies. This is not only serve the millennials, but it also helps the seniors. And not only that, because we want to see the Folsom Boulevard to be revitalized. And this revitalization can happen only when you have the mixed-use development. And you guys are seeing, due to the pandemic, we are seeing the shrinking demands of the office space. And some of those office spaces become like a deserted now. And we do not want to see such kind of another structure in a Folsom Boulevard. We want to see all the time activity. Like new activities needs to be there. And people needs to feel that community sense. That place needs to be workable and shoppable and livable. These kind of things. I think bottom line, community is not against proposals in general. Maybe here and there they don't want to see some modifications. But I think if you guys can invest more in educating and showing the success stories and why the importance in using the mixed-use development is really, really key here. And I see a lot of disappointed community members here. Let us show them, as I said.
Anil, your 3 minutes are up.
There is a misinformation. So thank you. Please educate, inform, and invest into that. Thank you.
The next speaker is Eleni. Eleni, you've been unmuted and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Elena, you need to unmute, hit the unmute button. There she goes.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Hey. I'm a resident of Cordova Vineyards. I was saying I totally agree with Anil. I think that's a big component of kind of what we're experiencing. I take the light rail pretty regularly, and Folsom Boulevard is lighted from around, I would say, Zinfandel all the way down to Power Inn, if not further. So I don't know. I think a lot of that stock was probably created in the 50s, 60s. I think it's time for some new injection. And I don't feel that I have been personally misled by any of the presentations. I feel like I understand completely, based on what I've heard, why residential housing is a vital component of any redevelopment efforts. And I guess what I would really like to see is owner-occupied units in those townhomes, because I think that that might be kind of a missing component in that area that would help this be successful. I like the plans, I support the project, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Ken. Ken, you've been unmuted and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hi there. First of all, I want to say that I realize you guys spend a lot of time and energy doing this, and I appreciate the hard work you're doing. On the other hand, I got to say I'm not really happy about the way you're doing it. First of all, outreach. I've heard a lot of talk about community outreach and discussions that different people have had with the community. I'm not aware of any community outreach. Nobody's reached out to me or tried to talk to me or anybody else that I know. It looks like there's a small group of people that are what constitutes the group of people that you're talking to, and frankly, that obviously does not represent the community based on what you're hearing tonight. Number two, Linda Budge, Mrs. Budge, I want to thank you for your comment about the building height on that bluff. That's a really good observation, and thanks for bringing that up. Third, let's see, my thoughts are a little scattered here. That's a pretty valuable and rare piece of publicly owned land. And I don't understand why the rush to put so much housing on a piece of publicly owned land like that can be used for other public purposes when there's other privately owned land available in the community that can meet the need for housing. That just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And in that regard, why is so much housing on that piece of property needed to make this a viable project? If you were to put in, for example, just more open space, how much is that going to cost? Why do you have to have a lot of housing to provide cover for financial cover for open space? And there's a lot of things you could do with open space. I'm thinking of, for example, the ice rink they have downtown or over in Folsom. Would it be nice if we had some kind of a multi-use acreage that could be used for seasonal events like that, in addition to the existing open space that's in the plan? Some of the most desirable neighborhoods in the Sacramento area are based around public open spaces, various types. I'm thinking of McKinley Park. I'm thinking of Land Park. Why don't we make this little section of Rancho Cordova another one of those park-like neighborhoods, instead of having it look like something like the South Stockton Boulevard, which it's not nearly that bad, but that's just by way of comparison. Gosh, I don't know, I had some more comments, but I'm running out of time here, and I can't think of what else it might have been. Basically, I think you guys need to take a step back, have some community workshops where, number one, you'll explain what the financial arrangements are, who's actually, why do you need to have all the housing is the primary thing in order to make this thing work? I just don't see it. I don't understand it. I don't think anybody else does either. Thanks.
The next speaker is Austin Allen. Austin Allen, you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, good evening. My name is Austin Allen from the White Rock neighborhood. I think overall transit-oriented design is great and the Civic Center is great. But how we do that with less housing on this property is something I'd really like to see. David Sanders brought it up and talked about vertical integration. I understand it's more expensive, but we should look for something that we really want to put on this lot that the public really wants. Maybe if we could see a breakdown of the financials of why vertical integration doesn't work, give us more proof in the pudding of like why what the community is asking for doesn't work. It might give us a more healthy choice on, understanding why we're limited to what we're being presented. From what we saw a half year ago to now has really not changed at all. You just put a little bigger park in the north segment. All of the community concerns really haven't been heard or integrated at all. In the slides that you showed with the examples, a lot of those have vertical mixed-use integration in the Civic Center. So you're showing us beautiful examples of what this could be with vertical integration, yet telling us that we can't have it. Like I said, I'd really like a hard look at getting that as a part of this project. Are there other previous examples of land being purchased for public use and then being sold back again as part of a Civic Center for private residences? It may have happened, but it just seems like a weird occurrence to me. That's pretty much it. Thanks for your time.
In addition to the comments that we've heard, the city clerk's office received a number of emails for public comment. Those public comments have been forwarded to the city council members. They're made available to the public in the back of the room in a binder, and they will also be made available on the city's website. Those comments came from the following individuals: Linda Robinson, Richard and Cindy Wall, Leslie Aldridge, Diana Lentz, Ann Richardson, Jordan Schneider, Lisa Phoenix, Angel Ball, Fiza Mughal, Nathan Shipley, Richard Sears, Bob and Mita Kashat, Mark Martinez, Bonnie Stevens, Janice Bowman, Carl Haas, Jessica Guglielmino, Lori Tesonico, Patricia Villanueva, Kelly Brown, Susan Taylor, Cheryl Longsworth, Tara Colvenbach, Susan Santello, Melissa Parker, Autumn Eberhart, Roche Hester, Bill Watterson, Liz Kastner, Kenneth Nahanigan, David Corbett, and Monica Milton. That's all the public comment we've received.
All right. Seeing no more public comment. Council, do you have any questions or comments? Do you want me to call on you guys? All right, Linda, what do you think? Linda, you muted.
Sorry.
No worries.
So, so we're supposed to provide direction on moving towards a development agreement. There's no question that there's been a lot of public input, beginning, oh goodness, at least 3 years ago, when we asked all of our kids at City Hall to provide their druthers in what they would like to see in this project. And they certainly did a really good job. Several of their ideas, although not specifically at Dutch Bros, but several of their ideas have come forward into this project today. The one thing, of course, that those kids didn't have privy to was any of the real world data in how we make this project work, and or any idea of what it might cost. I understand that some people feel they were not listened to, but listening to somebody and agreeing with their comments are two different things. So the one comment that I really agree with tonight is the one from Candy Aote about the traffic on Paseo Drive. I am in complete sympathy with her. I understand her points, and there's probably no easy solution, but we really, as we go forward, we probably really need to look at traffic issues. You know, this project is geographically, from an elevation standpoint, it's a really very odd piece of property, because at Paseo Drive, you go down gently into the meadows, whereas at West La Loma on the west side, you go down dramatically into the meadows, down into the floodplain of the American River. And we've talked about that before, including tonight. So it really presents a difficult problem on not only serving the buildings that are specifically part of the Civic Center, but in serving all the neighborhoods adjacent to it. And somebody made a comment about a road at the back of the project, and I checked the exhibits, and there's never been a suggestion of a road at the back of the project. I do believe that we're going into an important period. Design development takes everybody's ideas and puts them on paper. In the past, architects have used bubble diagrams, and this time we have a little more squares to work with, or geometrical figures to work with in bubble diagrams. So I'm comfortable in moving forward. We've been discussing this for several years now. Projects like this are never done in a short period, but we are ready to jump to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. David, what do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've commented really extensively on sort of where we are on this site and on Folsom Boulevard at our past meetings. I'm hearing a lot of comments that framing that I guess I could do here again tonight is not understood or believed or something. I think people are generally opposed to housing. These are the emails I'm getting seem to circulate on that point. They don't want housing on the site. They think that because we use the term civic center in this title, that it should be nothing but civic uses, and that they're losing something because there's a non-civic center use on the site. And unfortunately, well, I objected to that name as soon as we started using it, but I guess I was in the minority. Because we've never intended this to be a pure civic center site. Complete development of it would probably cost us $100 million or something. Those are dollars we don't have. We've got a smaller now. We've got a third of that available to work with on the site. And, you know, having seen that site sit there vacant for, 15 years probably since the tear down. And before that, you know, I was part of volunteer work crews out there cleaning trash off of private property because we could not, under state law and with our code enforcement at the time, get the owner to a very, very recalcitrant owner, in my estimation, a slumlord, to clean up his property. I've got a lot of pent-up frustration at the site, and I'm worried that if we chose to do something purely civic, with no housing, we could not complete development of the site, so we'd have a large vacant area, and we might have to wait another 20 years, gather enough money to finish it. And I'm not sure that's actually the best service to our community. You know, there's that old phrase about, do you take the bird in hand or the two in the bush? And it kind of feels like that situation. And I got to say, you know, I've gotten a lot of emails on this project, similar to the last meeting. Also similar to the last meeting, there's a lot of misinformation, and that really troubles me. I don't know if people are putting that out because they don't know better, or if people are deliberately putting out misinformation, trying to win a point about being opposed to housing. I don't know which it is. If it's the latter, that is a line we have never crossed in Rancho Cordova. If people are deliberately spreading misinformation, trying to stir people up and get them upset about something that they simply don't know enough about, that is an incredibly unfortunate development in this community that frankly sickens me. I have seen other communities go down that road, and what lies ahead is pretty horrible. A lot of civic dysfunction. And so I would urge anyone out there who's organizing these sorts of email campaigns on social media or where else to be extremely conscious of your responsibility, to pay attention to the facts and the information that are available. And if you're unsure, ask questions about it so that you're not spreading spreading this information. Now, this would not really be a problem, in my estimation, if the chosen mechanism for all these emails actually had a return email address, but unfortunately these don't. And that, I can't take that to be anything but deliberate. So I think you rile people up, you give them bad information, you write their comments for them, you have them send those in, and then you don't allow me to communicate with them. That just damages our community. It doesn't really help your case either, because I'm the one saying this tonight, but I think probably all 5 of us are thinking the same thing, that it's very troublesome to see that sort of communication strategy being used. So that being said, I do have some questions for staff. There's been a lot of comment here about citizen input into the process. And so Cyrus, Micah, I don't know who wants to tackle this, but can you talk to us a little bit about what citizen input we've had into the process and what that input looks like going forward? I think it's possible in any time at any place to always say the communication's not good, it's not really measurable, but I'd like to still have you sort of take on that question and say, how much citizen input have we had and how do we accommodate that going forward?
I'll kick it off, Councilmember Sander, and I'll ask Micah to continue the discussion. I think the whole process of public input and developing a vision for Folsom Boulevard started a long time ago. This started with when we, as a new city, we had to develop a vision as part of our general plan, and ultimately another vision that turned into the Folsom Boulevard specific plan. And if you look at that document, and if you look at that plan, it was based on a number of community workshops, community sessions, when we tried to bring some of the best planners and some of the best thinkers in the new urbanist design. What do we need to do, especially in a community and along a boulevard that had not seen any new investment for a long, long time. Yes, we have a great deal of housing on Folsom Boulevard, but most of this housing stock is very old, very outdated, and we have not been able to attract new business. So the process of community engagement began early on. It continued when we had an opportunity to acquire the site back in 2018. Shortly after the acquisition of the site, we brought a very renowned architect, WRNS, from San Francisco, to help us with some high-level visioning and thinking about this. And I do recall holding community sessions. Back then, we could meet in person, and it was a lot easier. We met in the American River Room, where we sat around the table. And in fact, I see many of the people sitting in the room today were in that audience. I do remember being engaged in those discussions. And I really, once again, it's not that we have fallen in love with the plan, but it was part of this whole organic process of understanding what's the best design and what's the best concept for this site. And I would love to go back to some of those old drawings and show everybody that housing was always part of that discussion. Prior to that, we had a private developer who, when they owned it, that had vision or the plans for a project, and it was entirely housing and with some commercial retail. So it's the whole, and then we continued on with our discussions with these kind of meetings that I consider public workshop. Public has always had access. They've been able to participate. Most recently, after the July meeting, the mayor volunteered to hold what he called the coffee meetings with the mayor, and I believe you had, forget how many, 5 or 6 of those.
I took 5 to 7 of them, where I went out on my own time and went out and tried to meet with as many citizens as many times and get as many people's information that I could. I met during the days, on weekends, and so every citizen that came out to talk about the civic center or area thank you for coming and meeting with me and actually having the town hall meeting that everyone's asking that didn't exist, that I threw personally with staff, staged, with documentation, with hours of research to come hear from you guys. And everyone that showed up, I really appreciate you guys showing up, because that's what I did that for, to stop the saying that we didn't go out and reach out. I personally reached out with tons of time to try to get people to get their interest and have your documentation and actually talk to you about it. And so thank you for everyone that actually came to those meetings. Because even after I heard you, I listened to your complaints. I heard that you guys didn't feel like you were heard. And I went out of my way to try to find times to see my citizens and hear your complaints, hear your attaboys, and heard from a wide variety of the community all over the city, at schools, coffee places, bingo parlors, and as much as I could. So thank you for the people that actually showed up.
So Mike, I'm not sure if you want to elaborate or expand on this.
I think you did a great job, actually, Cyrus, with the history. I will say, just generally, kind of the project itself, or the discussions, kind of fall into what I characterize as kind of three different sections. One was the original visioning sessions, which were 4 or 5 different visioning meetings with the community that Cyrus mentioned. There were a couple meetings that were focused on the selection of the right partner in the project, and there were a couple meetings, public meetings, talking about the selection of the development partner. And then after the selection of the development partner, there was the preferred alternative phase of the conversations, which there were 4 or 5 different preferred alternative meetings with council and the community for talking about the different ideas and the different selections that were out there. That did include an additional survey work that was done to the community, focused on the different pieces. When the developer team was selected, they did some of their own individual research on some of those pieces. And so those were kind of the phases that this project has moved through, and this is kind of a culmination of all those different pieces. And as the mayor mentioned, he went to the community with this last round of alternatives, and we're at the place where I think the goal is the same as trying to revitalize Folsom Boulevard, provide good community asset to the community, and really do something unique on Folsom Boulevard that we can be proud of in the future. So I think the goal is the same, and I think it's really trying to figure out how to get to that finish place.
And one final thought I wanted to also mention, that we also, the focus on Folsom Boulevard with the public investment, we initiated that process shortly after the cityhood. We were able to generate through some combination of city funds, federal funds, state funds, to invest over $40 million on public improvements. Regional Transit made a substantial improvement along the light rail. And during these 18 years, since I have been part of this, the Folsom Boulevard beautification project since day one, we have attempted to draw and attract private investment. We have offered incentives, we've offered process shortcuts, anything that we could possibly do to bring some level of private investment into the boulevard. When we came up with when we had the opportunity to purchase the land and were able to set aside an investment of about $40 million, I did not imagine at that point that we would be able to attract another $100 million of public investment, something that we had tried so hard for over years to do. And this is the first time, and this is the first concept that we have in 18 years that has generated this level of interest from the private development, where they want to invest in significant amounts, something that we've tried very hard to do and we have not been able to succeed.
Mr. Mayor, one more, just as we think about, this is, a great 9-10 acre site for these different uses, but in the scheme of Folsom Boulevard, this is not the last opportunity for investment in Folsom Boulevard. And I think part of this conversation too is there are some great ideas and great things that we could talk about improving the market as far as what can be done within our community that could move on to the next, as was mentioned by some of the speakers tonight, the next pieces of property that are opportunity sites that we can get additional value and community investment into the future.
I agree. Thank you.
A couple of other things that I could touch on. Several speakers tonight mentioned the evaluation committee, or a lot of emails have mentioned an evaluation committee. The presumption, I think, behind those emails and those messages is that there was a secret committee or a committee here that somehow made the decision about what was going to happen on the site. That evaluation committee that you've seen referred to only evaluated the different developers for their capacity to develop. That was pretty much it. If there was, they had to come up with, I forgot, Cyrus, how many applicants we had, but they basically had to narrow a list down to 5 or 6 or 7 that the city council would then look at and narrow further. And that's how we ended up with this particular developer. That process took probably about a year, 6 months to a year overall, that narrowing, winnowing process. So that committee that folks are referring to, they did not decide what was going to happen on this site. What's going to happen on the site is still evolving. This concept that's in front of us now has evolved a little, but some of you, I think, are a little upset that it hasn't moved a lot. And frankly, because it's so conceptual, it can't move a lot. But, you know, I still believe we could have more engagement with the public on that point that I just made. I know that there was a community submitted plan. It had a bowling alley, I think, as one element. Probably wouldn't work as it was laid out there, just based on my understanding of it. I saw another plan that had a movie theater at the site. I don't think that would work for some other technical reasons. But we should be able to have that conversation with the community. And so I would certainly propose that. Several people tonight mentioned TODs, and the reference was sort of a TOD without housing. I'm not sure you can have a TOD without housing. TOD is a transit-oriented development, sort of a term of art in the industry. TODs are places that you build around light rail stations, such as is across the street. Here, the idea is that you get people to live, work, play, travel, all in a concise, efficient, close place, a dense place. Yep. And if you look at what's happening around our region or elsewhere in the country, TODs are cropping up all over the place. There are federal funds available in some cases, state funds available to support them. In our state, there will likely be penalties if we were not to do a TOD in a site like this. The state legislature flirts with that on an ongoing basis. I know that the Federal Transit Administration, for example, rates transit lines based on what their development is around their stations. So with doing something like turning this site into a park would actually harm us in those formulas. So we've got to seek a balance. Like in most things in public life, there has to be a balance of opportunity here. But a TOD pretty much by definition has to have housing in it. There was some discussion about a closed session that we had earlier tonight. I would just say there was no vote taken on this project in closed session. Anytime there is some sort of a real estate transaction pending or coming or being thought about by staff, they have the opportunity to come to us and talk to us about it. And it's done in a way that deals with what is our negotiation strategy, or how do you council perceive us to lay something out for negotiation? That's not something we can really do in public, or there would be no negotiation. Anyone we were trying to negotiate with would just take advantage of us because we couldn't talk privately about it. So, but nothing that ever is transacted there is secret. If we vote on something and have a position, that immediately becomes public information. As you saw tonight, a vote that we did take in that session became public. And so people can easily discover what it was we actually voted on in that session. But there's no done deal here. This is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. And I think I need to talk a little bit about the big picture. I'll just try to limit my comments a little. You know, someone mentioned, I think it was Autumn, mentioned a quote of Linda and why Linda ran for office. So, you know why I ran for office? Ironically, more than anything, I think Folsom Boulevard. I think it was Folsom Boulevard. I was on the local planning commission as Linda had served, where Linda had served previously. Folsom Boulevard, I thought, we just enable economic development, we can turn this thing around. That's what I thought I could accomplish on city council. After getting here, I realized it's far, far more complicated than that. And the economics of the land use is going to dictate how that happens. So as Cyrus mentioned, we have spent probably about $50 million one way or another, sprucing up Folsom Boulevard, cleaning up Folsom Boulevard from an infrastructure point of view. And in response to that, we've seen some public investment. We've seen the college go here. We have not seen much private investment, very little, actually. And perhaps even that private investment was not of the highest quality. And the reason is that no private developer has had a good demonstration of how things could work on this boulevard. I'll give you an example that happened in another neighborhood here in Rancho Cordova that makes it really clear. Capitol Village, national award-winning plan, had a dense housing element in it, an apartment building in it. Residents there really didn't want the apartment building built. We completed the plan as we had originally set it out, built the apartments. The apartments were high-end. They're rented for a lot of money a month in Capitol Village, very near the Capitol Village Green Park. Developers in the area came back to us and said, "City, you are not telling the truth about the rent in those apartments because my business model that I run here on my computer says you can't get that level of rent for that property in Rancho Cordova. It's impossible." It wasn't impossible. It was done. A different developer saw it differently, did it. But other developers then suddenly noticed, wait a second, they're getting that kind of rent in Rancho Cordova in a business park for apartments? And now there's other interest, some of it quite serious, about how do we do that in Rancho Cordova. But that, unfortunately, that example does not directly relate to Folsom Boulevard. We need a Folsom Boulevard example that demonstrates to developers this is what's possible here. And so as we create this district, this pod that has some housing, that housing can serve as a demonstration to other developers who could buy property nearby and do something similar, whether that is commercial space or more attractions or housing. They could do something similar on the boulevard, because in the end, the city of Rancho Cordova will never have enough resources to buy everything along Folsom Boulevard and build everything along Folsom Boulevard and operate everything along Folsom Boulevard. The private sector has to do it. It's the only way. And that's how we move from the 1950s zoning we have on Folsom Boulevard now, when it was Highway 50, and that's what it was designed to be, was property serving US Highway 50. We then built a new Highway 50 in the 70s. Unfortunately, Folsom Boulevard is still zoned for the old one. And now 7 years later, we're still zoned for the old one, although we've updated it in our community plan. And we need to rejuvenate that boulevard and those old parcels. And this is the way to do it. You have to demonstrate it's possible. You have to create a center of interest, and it's a very careful balance between people living there, people coming in to do something there, local benefits for people who live here, be it in the arts or community organizations or athletics or whatever. Balance all that to make it an attractive 24-hour sort of place, and other properties nearby will suddenly be more interesting to developers who are going to do more great things along Folsom Boulevard. And if that happens, we get a higher quality of life for everybody who lives in Rancho Cordova, more economic opportunity, and a general lifting of all of our economic lives here. So that's why I ran for office, to tackle that problem. And this is the biggest piece of success that I have seen available to us so far. And I don't want to mess it up. And I also want to value the comments I get from residents. So colleagues, however we resolve this tonight, I'm interested in some further community engagement with regard to comments, but I really don't want to stop this plan in its tracks. I think 19 years as a city trying to get to a point like this is a really long time. I don't want to lose a whole bunch of more years trying to restart a process that is this far in and has this much data on what's economically possible and affordable by the city. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I do appreciate all of your time.
All right. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, David. Siri, what do you think?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the residents that came out and voiced their opinion through email, through social media, through Zoom, and in person. The residents' proposal was very exciting, and I, as a resident, it really appealed to me with all the open space and all of the options that are available that with the residents' given proposal. So I did my research. I went and got myself educated on what was the goal of the city to actually buy this land. So the goal of the city to buy this land to give it back to the community was to revitalize Folsom Boulevard. Can we do that? Can we revitalize Folsom Boulevard with the way this resident plans out? Can we afford it the way it is? So as I saw the proposal that's there, it costs $100 million just for the civic center, the community part of that civic center, $100 million. The city is giving a subsidy of $45 million. Where's the rest of the money going to come from? So that answers the question of we need that housing in order to afford and support what we want. Many of the residents that came out today asked a question before, like, hey, we want high-end restaurants. We want more better paying jobs in the area. Guess what? If you get better housing in the area, if you get high-end housing in the area, that actually leads to better restaurants. It leads to better housing, leads to better jobs, attracts partners. This housing seems to be synergistic with what we have. Again, I do want a bowling alley myself. But the way we've not gotten any private investors to come out and say, we're ready to build a bowling alley, which is actually sustainable, affordable, successful, and actually is a good return of investment for them. We've actually gone out to a lot of private investors to see if they want to come out and do anything, make something more attractive. This is a step one in order to attract all these partners. I choose to live in Rancho Cordova. I'm raising my kids here in Rancho Cordova. I want Rancho Cordova to be the city that everybody wants to move to. I do not want to be asked that question. Why do you live here? Why don't you move to, Folsom? And even now, if you look at any of the social media chats, anything, and people ask, hey, what's a good restaurant to go to? What I want to go look at whatever. And they all point out to options, restaurants, vendors that are outside of Rancho. We want to be the city that everybody comes to. And doing this with the housing seems to attract partners that want to invest in our city, then so be it. I got myself educated on why we need housing in order to get to this civic center. So if I'm the adult in the room that says we need to eat broccoli to get to cake, so be it. And so with that said, I think 3 years, and this has been 3 years in the making. There have been nearly 8 community workshops. I dug that up, and, we've done a lot of back and forth. The mayor himself also had coffee meetings. So those who couldn't have made it to the multiple workshops, couldn't have made it to, the informal meeting, couldn't have had one-on-ones with any of the council members who did not attend any of the coffee workshops with the mayor or coffee sessions with the mayor. Another workshop is going to make it happen, just one on top of the many that we had before. If another educational session is going to suffice, then let us know. What advantage do you think the city council that invests time and energy on this, do you think that we get out of it saying, yes, we want housing? We don't get paid to say we want housing. We are making an educated guess based on the data that is out there. So based on the data that is out there on how to revitalize Folsom Boulevard, how to get the security, because you don't want this to be an area that attracts people after dark. You want the housing to activate that situation. Based on those facts is how I'm saying that we need to move forward. If there's anything that says otherwise, then maybe I'm not educated, but this is based on the data that I have. So I think we need to get to next steps.
Thank you, Siri. Donald, what do you think?
Well, let me react to a couple of comments that I've heard so far that I just want to make sure that folks understand, at least from the housing perspective, some comments and some questions that were raised. And I do want to echo a lot of what I heard from David around misleading information that's being shared in the public, especially online and especially in the pre-written emails that, again, we can't reply to even clarify certain things that are in there that are just not accurate. But first, there was a comment about will I believe it was described as our die-in-the-wool residents be able to access these homes. That's why there's 55 units of affordable housing here. We already have low-income people living across the street in substandard housing in some instances. We spend a lot of time and a lot of energy trying to ensure that those units are safe and quality homes, but they're still very inexpensive homes. What we're talking about building here is a market rate product that is subsidized and secured for our lower income workers. So our residents get access to these. That's why it's in there. There was another question about the townhomes and they should be owner occupied. They are. They will be for sale units that would bring people that hopefully are working here and making good money in our business park and have chosen to live in Midtown and other places where they have a nightlife and they have, access to transit and everything else. Maybe they want to live here. That is the point of the townhomes, but they are owner occupied for sale. I think there were some comments, and David, you touched on this a little bit, that the map hasn't really changed. We're talking about a site map. I mean, there's not really much to do. It's blocks on a piece of paper that you move around and say, this is going to be there and this is going to be there. And I think even Mina, you were saying that you don't know what the community center is going to look like. You don't know what that parking garage is going to look like. You don't know what those townhomes are going to look like. That's the next step. That's not now. We're just talking about where we would put things. I think the comment about vertical integration, I don't think it's completely off the table, but it really does depend on the next steps in design, in figuring out who might be developing the housing and what are their thoughts around doing it. A lot of it's dictated by federal funding and state funding for affordable housing and for developments in general. David made a great point about the fact that there's available funding for transit-oriented development. By the way, that has to include housing or we're not eligible for it. And so as we look at this, we're talking about the acquisition of land that I can't remember what we paid, $5 million, $4 million for it. And then we're putting in 35 to 45 million for an economic investment of almost 200 million. So when you talk about a project of that size, and just to be blunt, open space costs money to maintain, to build, and to protect. And what I mean by protect is you're talking about a very high corridor that we already have a lot of complaints about homelessness and blight now. And to the point where when we were meeting with the county earlier this year, Donna totally specifically asked us what were we doing because our section of Folsom Boulevard looks so much better than the county section when it comes to homeless encampments. Talk about putting that much open space right next to transit that isn't occupied at night is just a recipe for disaster. And we'll end up to the point where we'll have to fence the spaces off if we were to have that much space. So when we look at this, the next step is to design it. The next step is to figure out what it's going to look like, who's going to ultimately occupy it, how much revenue we really have to put this all together, which again is the meeting that we have to have a lot of that in private because that's real property negotiators because people may buy parts of this land and people will make separate investments and we have to come up with lease and contracts of who's going to occupy these spaces and how much they're going to pay for it, which drives how big we can build it. And keep in mind that when we put this in comparison to look at the community center in West Sac, the one being built in Elk Grove, and some of the other ones, if you talk about the scale, when we started this, just 3 years ago, talking about acquisition of this land, I never expected staff to bring back a proposal. I never expected Griffin Swinnerton to come back to us and say, we think you got about 100,000 square foot community facility. Never in my wildest dreams that I think we'd even have a third of that size. But the potential tenants and the potential other revenue that they've identified and brought to this deal has allowed us to really envision something that is far larger than I think any of us ever expected. Let's see. I think I heard Micah say this. There's a lot of folks that I think look at this project and think, this is our one chance to get it right. And this is our one chance to build this project. But this is not the one chance for us to build community facilities. Less than a mile down the street, we're already in construction on a Boys and Girls Club and youth center. We also acquired land across the street from that site that has ample parking and basketball courts and a lot of other things that will allow us to have that frankly could have been here. When we were looking 3 years ago at this project, we honestly thought this was going to be a Boys and Girls Club along with a bunch of other things, right? But then we got a 10,000 square foot church donated to us with a whole bunch of land around it, and we were able to acquire more land. And so some of those uses moved off of this project and off of this development to somewhere else. And I do agree with David. As we move forward, we should probably come up with a different name than it's the Civic Center project. It's the Boulevard project. I don't know. But the Civic Center project name, I don't think ever really encapsulated what the initial, and I'm saying 3 years ago, the initial visioning that we did that included, and like Cyrus said, has always included some sort of housing. It just has always been there. And I know that some people got fixated on the future conversations that we have. And I remember one of the developers that was a finalist, that was a local developer. I remember him cornering me at a ULI meeting, an Urban Land Institute meeting, and he wanted to know about the project and kind of get my ideas and my feedback. And I was talking to him about some development that he had done, mostly was residential. And I started describing kind of what we were doing. And he goes, no, I don't want to talk about the residential. I know how to do residential. I just need to understand, what do you want for a community center? And that's really where that conversation was for like a year. It was fixated on what was the public space going to look like and what was the public use going to be. And so I get that people might not have realized that housing had always been there, because we spent about a year not talking about that, because we really wanted to figure out what was going to be the thing that we were going to run and we were going to build. But there was always going to be a housing component, and every development team that proposed had a housing development focus to it. To the point of a couple of them, they hadn't really done community facilities. They were mostly a residential developer. Let's see, I'm just looking at some of my notes here. So at this point, I mean, I think the direction that we gave staff, and for those who are claiming that there was a promise of another community meeting, I'll be very specific. I was ready to vote last time. I think this is a bit of an enhancement. We're losing 12 of the townhomes. We're increasing the public space. I think from my recollection, the only commitment that was made at the last meeting was by the mayor to go out and meet with the public, and he made that commitment on his own. I think at one point he also had said that he wasn't going to bring staff, but it sounds like he did. But there was no commitment made by me, and I don't recall a commitment made by any of my colleagues that there was going to be a subsequent staff public meetings on the site plan. I don't recall any of that. I think we gave some directions to staff and to the development team that some of us were willing to sacrifice some of the for sale housing, the owner occupied housing, for some additional open space, but that's the product that the development team has brought back. So they followed our directions, and we are where we are. And I think the mayor did some tireless outreach work on his own. And as far as I understand, that, we got about 200 of the mass produced emails or social media driven emails. The last time we got about 35 or 40 this time. I can tell you also anecdotally, I have some positive emails on this project. I also will say that being out at some community events, I've had people encouraging us to move forward and that this plan looks good. And so I'm at a point to vote yes and to move forward and to continue this and hopefully break ground here pretty soon and have something to celebrate, because I think this is a really exciting project. For all of the naysayers that we've heard tonight, we're building a community center that's 3 times the size of what West Sacramento has, and it's double, I believe, the size of what Elk Grove has. It's maybe 3 or 4 times the size of Citrus Heights. This is a really, really exciting project, and it's going to hopefully be a huge catalyst towards additional development. Like Lupe was talking about, yes, we bought up some other lots in other places, but we have yet to get a developer that wants to come in here and build these and to do something like this. And so we've worked long and hard, and it's been 3 years, and I think it's time to take the next step.
All right, thank you to all my council members. First off, thank you to the staff for all the hard work. Really intense getting involved and doing all this. Second of all, thank you for my citizens to all show up and really give us what you guys thought on this, the last presentation. And my opinion is I fall somewhere along the lines of Siri, Donald, Linda, a mix of them. I went out, I wanted to hear from you guys because I wanted to personally make sure that everyone had a voice. I didn't want to feel that I didn't do my due diligence as your mayor to be able to get out there and hear everybody. So I did do that. I do believe that that element will help activate that whole area of Rancho Cordova. And to see what's going to happen when we put that civic center and then we go back out and talk to people how we're going to do the next steps. I think that's a critical piece. I've done enough research, and I did a lot of research, and I was hoping to have a lot more people at my coffee things to kind of argue it back and forth just to make sure that my head was on straight. Does this make sense? What will this do to activate? Does integrating this in the city, what is the next steps? How much will this work? Should I try to go back and fight for more green space? Is green space totally out and I should try to get rid of it? And I did all the research in the citizens and cities that are actually doing it. And what it's proven is that in TOD areas that you put this type of, what it does is it revigorates and revitalizes everything around it. And what we're seeing is other big business owners come alongside us and start to buy up all the properties with the hopes that Rancho Cordova is going to invest what we do, and as total will be about $150 million of investment that will flood in and out in that community. With that, also will give us the large parking structure, which is going to pull those cars off because it's going to be citizen driven. That might even be, I was talking to someone and I think it might even be the Cachettes that we're talking about, it putting another layer on top of the parking structure and getting those cars off that street. And then maybe we do put that middle space, but that's the next steps of this. And so I know that this type of activation, not only did we beautify Folsom Boulevard, now we're going to put the most amazing piece of civic center that's in the region, the largest one, and then we're going to add a little bit of housing, which is going to make it TOD, which is going to activate the space. And then hopefully that group of people that's going to move there will then turn into something amazing for the city. So that's where I'm at. At this point, I'm going to call the question and ask for a motion. Linda, unmute.
I think the motion, Garrett, is that we provide direction, that we provide direction to city staff to move forward toward executing a development agreement with Griffin Swinnerton.
Sorry, that's what you want, right?
Mr. Mayor, just real quick, is just I think, kind of confirming the direction of the site plan. And then I know it talked about January in the coming back, but these are complicated agreements and may take a little bit of time to come back. But that is the goal, to bring something back with a lot more detail and concrete. And I think a plan to move forward with the public outreach and the different efforts that will be made as the next step, and as we get into the all the other pieces as we continue to move it forward.
You don't need that in the motion, right? You just want the...
No, but just the select the preferred alternative and come back with a master development agreement.
Okay, Linda?
Micah, that portion you just mentioned about public engagement, I'd like to solidify that a little bit. I don't want to leave it floating the way it was last time. Obviously, we've got citizens with an alternative plan. they'd like to get a real world evaluation of that plan versus our plan. They'd probably like to understand more of the details behind ours, how it works, what are the economics. We've got all that information. I don't know that it's very available on our website, but I would encourage us to find a way, probably not in December, given what December schedules are like, but in early January, to have a meeting with folks, particularly if we can track them down, because some of them are mysteries without emails. But if we can track down the folks who have commented or anyone else in the public who's interested and engage on those topics with the expertise we've got in hand. Is that kind of community input possible?
So I think what we would like is, as far as a vote on the preferred design concept,
Right.
and then what we could lay out as part of when we come back with a master development agreement is a kind of community outreach process and very detailed kind of process of what that will look like over the next period of time. As we narrow down these different alternative or the different options within this preferred development plan. So we will want to vote on the preferred design concept, but then we'll build in a little more community outreach when we come back and talk about the master development agreement, what that outreach will look like.
Excellent. Okay. Linda, do you?
So then I will,
Go ahead.
yeah, I modify that to just use this language, proceed with the final design concept as shown with slight modifications as may be necessary over development, and prepare the development agreement for council consideration. But we don't need to add any dates to it because this was not a hearing. And so it's not like we're continuing a hearing to a date certain or uncertain, but just to have.
Thank you. That's correct.
Do I have a second?
Yeah,
Second.
Roll call, please.
Tim,
Go ahead.
Councilmember Budge?
yes.
Councilmember Sander? Councilmember Sander?
You just drop off.
no, I'm here. It's one of those situations where we rush into a vote before I've included something. It puts me in a very awkward situation. I don't wish to vote no, but I think I will. No.
David,
Can I ask, what did you want to include?
Yeah.
Community input before this comes back to us as a signed agreement or as a ready to sign agreement.
Sure, that's fine.
Fine.
Add that. Yeah, proceed with the final design concept as shown with necessary amendments or minor amendments that may be necessary after further public engagement.
So do some engagement before it comes back to us again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then following that, prepare the development agreement for return to council when it's available.
All right. If that's a friendly amendment, I'm fine with it.
That's fine. As the secretary, I accept that.
All right.
Thank you. And then, let's see, we already had a vote by Councilmember Budge and Vice Mayor Terry. We have Councilmember.
I have not voted.
Would you, I'm sorry, would you mind recalling the roll?
Sure.
The roll call vote in entirety since we had a modification to the
So we have
original motion?
We have a motion.
Are we good with the motion?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
It's good.
Okay.
So we have a motion
David,
by
is
Budge.
it, I mean, Adam, is it clear?
Yes, it is clear. It's a motion by Budge, second by Mr. Terry, including the friendly amendment proposed by Mr. Sander.
Excellent. Okay.
It's been accepted by both the motioner and the second.
Got it.
Roll call. Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
And Stacy or Cyrus, we need to ask a few of the people that we've heard from on these emails, as David points out, are people that we all know and who are probably on the city council website to receive announcements of agendas and whatnot already. But could we ask sincerely that all these people who are simply called SaveOurCivicCenter.com at least provide you with contact information so that the planning department can get this word out to people when there's another meeting scheduled? My goodness,
Yes.
David's right. I went back and checked. It all says SaveOurCivicCenter.com. That's not going to work. This is not, I realize the internet is extremely anonymous, but let's not be anonymous in Rancho Cordova.
Yeah, Linda, the reality is we can't force anybody to do anything.
Oh, it's a request, Donald.
Yeah, but the way that they've set up that email system, it shoots it all out from the same email address, and they can just put their name at the bottom. So
well, then all of those people know how to email us at the city or email the city clerk.
If they did, maybe they wouldn't be using that website. But yeah, it would be nice to have contact info and be able to have a dialogue. But
So just as a heads up, as just to add some context, there are some that get CC'd on there that are actually from the residents. So we've been collecting those and communicating. So not all of them are completely anonymous, and so we've been collecting them when we have them to share and to communicate with those groups.
All right, excellent. Let's move on. All right, Stacy, can you announce the subject?
Item 19.4 is City Council work priorities, City Council work session priorities for 2022.
Could this be continued to another meeting?
Yes, it could.
Yes.
Just do it.
Yeah, we can do this on the next meeting on December 20th.
Okay. Do I have a?
And I will move to continue this item to December 20th.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yep. All right. Let's see, this one.
It should be a 5-minute item.
The next one? Okay. Stacy, can you read the next one, please?
Item 19.5 is a resolution approving the 2022 Rancho Cordova City Council meeting schedule.
Okay.
Move approval.
No,
Second.
wait. Any public comment, please?
I have no public comment for this item. There's no public comment in Zoom. I would just like to ask a couple of questions with regards to the meeting schedule.
Go ahead.
So this is my item, Stacy Leitner, City Clerk. And what I have done is put together a schedule based upon our past practices with our regular council meetings being on the first and third Mondays of each month. Should a holiday fall on a Monday, it's proposed to move the council meeting to the following Tuesday. I've also proposed that we have one work session a month at 5:30. Traditionally, we have had a 4:00 study session at the beginning of each month on the first Monday, and we've had some difficulties trying to get some of those 4:00 work session study sessions on the calendar. So my question is, does the council still wish to keep the 4:00 study sessions on the first meeting of each month?
Yeah, I think for now I'm fine with it. Especially if we're still able to do some Zoom meetings, that would make my likelihood of being able to attend, especially early like that, a lot better.
It's easier to keep it on the schedule and then cancel it.
Yeah.
Barry, don't you think?
Yep.
Yeah, I would totally agree. Like at least try to block it out, and then if we have, I mean, put it on the calendar for now as an expectation. If we end up with conflicts, then we can figure it out then. But it's better to, I mean, for the most part, unless I don't have a choice with my calendar, I try to block these myself.
Yeah.
But I will say in the last year, I mean, I've taken these meetings from hotels all over the state because I'm able to do that right now. it's going to be a lot harder if at any point we end up not being able to remotely join. But I would say for now, yeah, block as much of it as you can. And then let's just see if we need to move stuff around. I mean, I will say this is still better. I know, Siri, it's the end of your first year, but I can tell you when I started, they blocked the first and third Mondays for meetings and the second and fourth Tuesdays for workshops. So 4 weeks out of every month was on there, and then they may have canceled one of the workshops. So we're still down at least one meeting a month from where I started, at least.
Yeah.
It's a little better. I know it's still quite a bit of work for.
Yeah. What do you guys do if we come in at 4 and leave at 11? Do you bring us like lunch, or do we get in our own box and eat at the table?
But that you just got to go in person, and I'm sure Cyrus would have found you a sandwich or something.
Yeah, they always bring meat sandwiches to the city event, so I'm pretty sure.
Well, unfortunately, Siri has only experienced this during the pandemic.
Yeah.
It's not the way it used to be.
No.
We used to have meals. We used to have opportunity to eat. We didn't starve.
Like we are now,
we would usually
sitting in
eat
here.
dinner before the meeting. Yeah. So we would come in 30 minutes ahead of time and have something to eat, go out and have the meeting. So at least you weren't starving by the end of the meeting, like some of us are.
Yeah.
Well, my only meal was at like 3:00 today. So I feel you. But yeah, no, I would say stick with this calendar for now, and we can modify as needed.
Okay, I would also just like to add that we also anticipate that there could be some changes based upon conferences that either are in person or hybrid or canceled. That there could obviously be conflicts. You may choose to go, you may choose not to go, and we will just address those as they come throughout the year.
Here. I still move approval, but for instance, I don't remember when it is, but they're actually going to do cap to cap in person this year in DC in April or May or whatever that is.
May, yeah.
It's April. It's our calendar. Registration's already open.
I know. I'm signed up.
South by is in March. National League of Cities has got something in March that's supposedly in person, I think, David, right? Maybe.
That's the plan. March.
Yeah, there are a lot of things
this
fall that were going to be in person too.
Yeah.
U.S. Conference of Mayors in Austin was supposed to be in person.
Yeah.
In the past, it's been U.S. Conference of Mayors in freezing January, and then National League of Cities in March, and in D.C. also.
Yeah, some of us have attended South by the government track, which is sometimes the exact same week as that, and then the local government commissions winter conference is also sometimes the exact same week as LC.
The Iwani?
Yeah. No, it's at the other one.
Okay.
By the fall.
I spoke at the Iwani one time. That was wonderful.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to keep it if you want it out of Austin. So you moved approval, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Pulapati?
Yes.
Councilmember Sander?
Aye.
Councilmember Budge?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry?
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood?
Yes. All right, last thing. Stacy, can you read the subject?
The selection of the 2022 mayor and vice mayor. So Stacy Leitner, city clerk. Each year, the city council appoints its leadership officers, and this item tonight is before you to discuss an appointment for mayor and vice mayor for 2022.
I move Donald Terry to serve as mayor and Linda Budge to serve as vice mayor as per our normal order.
Before we do that,
Second.
we're just going to really quick ask for public comment. Stacy, is there any public comment?
I do not have any public speaker cards for this item, and there are no hands in Zoom.
Excellent. Now, okay, roll call.
We
might need a second.
You need a second.
I second it. I second it so hard.
Third.
So
Second,
hard.
third. Every
Garrett-
time.
Garrett takes that
Garrett.
second. Roll
Take
call.
it.
Hurry up. Let's do this.
Councilmember Sander.
Ugh.
Aye.
Councilmember Budge.
Yes.
Councilmember Pulapati.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terry.
Aye.
Mayor Gatewood.
No, I'm just joking. Yes. 1,000 times yes. It'll be great. Donald's the mayor again.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, guys. Meeting
Hey,
adjourned.
hey, hey, future topics.
Wait,
Oh,
wait.
I'm sorry.
So you got a future topic?
Does anyone have a future agenda item?
I do.
Oh, well.
Oh, more than one.
I have brought this up in the past, and I know that we discussed it before. But ladies and gentlemen, when you look at what's going on in the evolution of electric vehicles in the entire United States and the world, and the funding of electric vehicle chargers from a variety of organizations, including the federal government, I would request that we put back on the agenda an item to revise our development standards in a moderate, very minor way. We require that all new gas stations and all major remodels install at least one electric charger.
All right. Do I see a second? Someone else want to do this?
Put that on a future agenda? Sure. There's a lot of money coming out. We should have a good strategy to accommodate that. I don't know exactly where they belong. I don't know if gas stations are right or wrong, but wherever that may be, we should discuss it. Get ahead of it.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
So I'll do third because I like talking about electrical vehicles. I think that is the future.
Yeah,
But
I
I don't
would
know
only
if
ask that.
gasoline stations. I think we should widen it to wherever we think electrical charging stations should go. So let's not try to relegate it there.
That's what I was going to suggest is we can have a larger conversation about where to site and install electric charging stations. Because personally, I wouldn't be comfortable with a development standard for gas stations because I think more so we have a bigger problem of what are we going to do when we don't need gas stations anymore in California.
Well, Donald, so in response...
Well, we can get into it in a workshop.
We'll get into a workshop.
We can only put it
General,
on the agenda.
I would like to have a larger conversation.
It's on the agenda. You won. Next one, Siri. What do you want?
Caltrans wanted all of them at rest stops on the highway.
Okay.
They wanted all the federal money to build charging stations at rest stops.
Because that's where everyone wants to hang out.
Because that's
Ask
where I wanna hang
yourself
out.
where the nearest rest stop
Scary
is.
rest stop.
That's why we have SMUD to partner with. So let's just remember that we're going to adjourn in memory of John T. Keto.
I will not forget.
Siri,
Yeah.
Siri, you have items too, right?
Yeah, I'd like an update from the Elk Grove School District on, there's a huge situation where the kids are getting up and to go to school on the bus at 6:30 in the morning, and they're not able to get back home until sometime 6:30 at night. So they are on the school site for 12 hours, and we're trying to talk to the Elk Grove School District and trying to get an update on this situation, on when they can improve. Right now, they seem to be at an impasse with the union, and we don't know next steps. And the students are suffering for this, and this is middle and high schoolers going to Albione and Pleasant Grove School District. So I'd like to request to get an update on the status on how we can improve or what it is that they're doing on this at the council meeting.
Here, here.
David.
Donald, can we get them to facilitate transferring those students to Folsom Cordova School if the parents so desire?
Here, here.
No.
They won't want to give them up because they're money, right?
I mean, if we were going to tackle a subject like that, then we should probably ask for transportation directors from all three school districts because this is a problem throughout the state and the country. So I don't know how we would have a workshop that would just be Elk Grove.
Yeah. This one would impact mostly Elk Grove because there's the kids that are getting bussed out of our school district. Right, the rest of them are within the city, so it's not like such an urgent situation. Whereas these kids are getting bussed out of the school district and they're not able to get back. And I've heard from parents some of them had to quit their jobs just to go pick up and drop their parents. Some parents who had to buy a car for their kids, so they improve their situation. Some kids who are sitting on the floor. I mean, it goes on and on. So I would like this to be a topic on the meeting.
Okay.
What we can.
All right. You got 3. We'll put something together.
Thank you.
I don't know what we're gonna do.
And good night.
All right, wait, hold on. I'm going to adjourn the meeting in, I wrote his name down, waiting. Linda,
Or Linda, just say it again.
John K. Coho. I nail it?
No.
Oh.
Sorry. John Kehoe.
Oh, Kehoe.
Kehoe.
John.
Is that any relation to Kristen? No, it's not relation to the former president pro tem of the assembly and state senator. It's not, right?
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Have a good
Have a
evening,
great
everyone.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Oh.